In 5, 4, 3.
Action.
You are making people want to kill me.
Look, nobody wants to kill you.
It's real what you're doing.
Yeah, but how real does it seem?
You are making me scared.
It's all in your head.
Are we safe? Are the doors locked? Is security on? Is everything?
Don't you think you're overreacting, Slay?
And I was just a wreck. I was just crying and crying.
Such a drama queen.
She's faking it.
And the Oscar goes to...
Acting.
And that's the piece I don't think people fully understand.
I think you need therapy.
Whoa. To him finally being lionized in the prime, and his prime. Fuck.
Do it!
Shit.
Just do it! Don't let your dreams Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Luke went from being, oh no. Welcome, Slayer Nation. I have some great news for you today. I hope you're all doing great. Nope, that didn't work. One more.
You have failed me for the last time.
Welcome, Slayer Nation. I hope.
If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
That is eating away at what you love in order for it to shine. And one man's vision is... Sometimes you don't have to make things better for them to be great again. You merely have to okay. In machines in order to toss Marvel, Ant-Man's the Wasp back. Hollywood continues to slow boil the culture and crazy. Well, right now, Spider-Man actor Andrew Garfield has stepped up and he's fighting motherfucker.
I can't do it. We'll do it live.
Okay.
We'll do it live! Fuck it!
Canon unbearded dwarves, but Prime didn't stop there. They stapled in intersectionality, individuality, bitty-giddy-bee.
I remember when I was doing Hunger Games, nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie.
Inconceivable!
Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie. Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
I can't let that seep into my brain either. Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie. Nobody had ever put a woman in the lead of an action movie.
Get away from her, you bitch!
How could you do it?
At my signal, unleash hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, George the Giant Slayer.
Welcome, Slayer Nation. What's going on, everybody? After 2 years, we are finally here. I can see so many friends in the chat, and thank you for coming. I thought I was going to have to take an ad out in the papers, but it's great to be here. We have a lot of great guests today. We're going to talk about Hollywood. We're going to be unmasking them, seeing what's going on with this woke mind virus. But I can see, look, you got Eric K here, you got Angel, you got Weatherman, you got Man of War, all of you. Without you, none of this would be possible. But let me introduce you to the person who is responsible, the one man who without him, I wouldn't be here today. See, for 10 years, I thought about, starting a YouTube channel. And I kept making one excuse after the other. I'm like, okay, I'm too fat. I got too much work. My voice sounds funny. It's not going to work. Then about 5 years ago, I turned on this channel called Nerdrotic. And it's like it was a voice in the darkness. He spoke directly to me. It was like this one person who was rebelling against the entire Hollywood system because he just wanted to be able to have simple conversations about movies again. Movies used to unite us. Now they're intended to divide all of us. So here he is, Gary Beigler.
George! What's up? You're being too kind. The actual conversation went, get out of here. You're not going to make it. Go back to your day job, rookie.
Yeah, no, but come on. It's like without you, you inspired me. It's like I used to send the super chats. You were the first person I ever sent a super chat to. And when you responded to it, I was like, wow, he's talking back to me. Because again, it's like boomer. I'm boomer age. When one of these 20-year-olds who was grew up on the internet. But you were brilliant.
Those were good times. That's what makes you that actually helps. I remember the times before the internet as well, and dial-up phones and 3 channels we had to choose from. It was great. It was actually a good time. George, what you've done has been nothing short of amazing. In such a short period of time, getting your play button, which is awesome. Probably way surpassing your goals. Just to let you know, it took me years and years to get there. So keep it up. You're freaking brilliant. Love you, man.
Love you.
And I'm so happy you're finally live streaming.
Oh yeah, I've been prepping this forever. I was nervous. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go next month. I kept pushing it off, and finally, I was like, okay,
it's been about a year. So
yeah, it's like it's about time. So let's bring on the second person who took me under his wing. It's Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
What's going on, guys? Happy to be here. And yeah, Gary put a little too much kind of dressing on the conversation with George. Like essentially it was George. If Gary and I, as retarded as we are, can make it, you got a shot. And so he proved us right. I mean, if a couple of idiots like me and Gary, a couple of high school dropouts can make it, clearly George, who can at least put a couple of sentences together, can do good at this.
Just to clarify, I didn't drop out of high school. I was kicked out of high school. Okay. Yeah, there's a difference.
But yes, it is awesome. George is a testament to how powerful the audience is. And that's really what it comes down to. I, like George, at one point in time was just an audience member of different YouTube channels. And much like a lot of you are in the audience right now, who knows where you'll be in a couple of years from now, regardless.
Especially if a Ray movie comes out.
Exactly. As the critical drinker tweeted it out the other day, how many YouTube careers are going to be launched from this movie? But yes, very proud of to see what George has accomplished in such a short amount of time. And I think that the the sky is the limit for you, brother. So congratulations. And I'm happy to see you live streaming. Finally.
Finally. I know you've been telling me forever. Just turn on the damn camera. That's what Jeremy and Gary's been saying. Just turn on the damn camera and go on there.
That's it.
Because Gary, from the very beginning, had told me, he's like, because I was like, I want to set these goals and I want to be able to hit these numbers. He's like, are you high? He's like, this is not like the regular world.
Yeah.
And then it's my brother, Sindek, who without him, it wouldn't be possible. It's like, he's an editing genius, just a visual artist. He always tells me every week, content is king.
Yep.
Because I'm like, okay, in the beginning, I wanted to make a business plan. Okay, we're going to do it this way. He's like, what are you talking about? This is the internet. I'm like, no. Business is business. He's like, do you love this? I go, that's the first thing. I love being on YouTube. I love being able to create a narrative, get the audience engaged, and then fight back against Hollywood. Don't you think that's really what we do? It's like we're trying to get to be the voice for the people who don't have a voice, to stand up against everyone who's what I call giants, who are trying to rule everyone's lives or poison the culture.
Yeah, we're just fellow members of the audience. We're just fans. So, I mean, it's not necessarily speaking for anyone else. It's just one voice of an entire group that pays for everything that's been completely ignored by the powers that be, and breaking narratives. That's I think that's what drew a lot of people to YouTube is, all the websites we're reading and the news we're watching, we're like, they're full of shit. Yeah. Now we can prove that. And I think it's really important. Truth is important. Authenticity is important. Not narratives. And I think that's because when we're together at a comic store or hanging out, are we discussing narratives or are we just shooting the shit and roasting each other? That's usually what we're doing.
That's exactly it. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I think the most important thing we are trying to do is just put the power back into the people's voices, which is what it's always been about. And there is no narrative around that. We don't, like the FNT side of things, like we don't know what the fuck we're doing over there, but we do listen to the audience when they are telling us like, hey, you guys are, get us back to the nerd talk, or we just listen to the people that give you the platform you have. And that's something Hollywood has failed to do. We want to give you our money. We want to love the products that you have taken ownership of, that had all of this, fandom for 30, 40 years. This is something we want to do. We want you to take our money from us, but not for a shitty product and not when you disrespect us. Power in the people's hands. That's
absolutely. I mean, especially after this week, let's bring someone who knows so much about movies. You saw what Disney did this week with that. Well, they would rehash that old video from the new director of Star Wars. It's like, I want to make people uncomfortable. When I look at that, it's like just another look at me, Leech. But let's bring in Tom Connors from Midnight's Edge. Hey, Tom. What's going on?
Hi, Tom.
Physical media man Tom. Look at that. That's what we'll call him. Physical media man Tom. It's a nice background he's got there.
Are you getting ready for the apocalypse with all the physical media?
I was only half ready because I was told it was coming in, then you guys were chit chatting. So I'm like, all right.
He was trying to rub one out real quick.
Yep.
What do you think?
Oh man, it sucks when you get interrupted too. Shit. Mom,
what did you think?
Told you to knock.
Don't touch that sock.
The door closed to the basement. God damn it!
I was almost there.
The sock's on the door. The sock's on the door.
Give me 38 seconds, Mom.
Chili done yet?
Hi, Tom.
But congratulations,
like
George,
with me and Gary.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you. What did you think about that? What happened with, was it I can't pronounce her name. Charmine
Obey.
No, I just made a video and it's the only reason I know her name.
But could you imagine she's married? Could you imagine her husband? She's like, I like to make men
she is married.
uncomfortable.
She's married to some really high up there dude over in India.
She's married. That's what I'm saying.
No, she's married. Her husband actually got arrested over the weekend because he was swimming in a tank at Alabama.
That was him?
That was crazy. What was with that dude?
That was Gavin for a second.
or Rian Johnson.
Yeah, no, in reality, he's this head of some company over in India called Cable or something like that.
Yeah.
He's a big company CEO.
When we introduce everybody, remind me to tell a little behind the scenes story from Miss Marvel concerning her.
Oh,
yeah.
But
I have a theory. Could be wrong. But I have a theory.
But think about what that guy's life must be. He must be the ultimate beta male bobblehead. I mean, could you imagine being him?
Yeah.
I like to make men uncomfortable. Here's my husband. He's like, hello. I mean, I can't imagine how that guy must live.
They really love that comfort. We heard the word in the American Society of Magical. They talked about comfort. Bad Reboot during the Summer of Love said no more white comfort. You always hear this comfort. That's the whole point of Marxism. They want to break up everything because they don't want us being comfortable. But you know what Star Wars is? Comfort. That's exactly what it is.
Yep. It's
a leisure brand. It's what you spend your time on with extra money in your comfort time. It's literally, you want to make people comfortable. You could tell a challenging story, but I mean, it's Star Wars. It's not a feminist documentary. Which, like, the documentaries she made are good. That's good for the world. If she wants to do good for the world, keep making those. Keep making those documentaries. Stay the fuck away from Star Wars.
I agree. I mean, you're supposed to go into Star Wars with a little bit of wish fulfillment, escapism. All of a sudden, you get this feminazi lecture. But let's bring in Little Platoon. He knows a lot about. He has a lot of wisdom. He's got a great channel. I've streamed with him a couple of times on Critical Drinkers, and this guy is sharp as a tack.
See, when you say it's wisdom, I think you might be overselling me there. I have an accent, which makes me sound like I know what I'm talking about, but that's pretty much it. On this side of the Atlantic, we don't really do like soppy stuff. We don't go for sentimental, feely stuff. So I'm just going to say, well done. Good show, old boy.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And it's really nice to be here. Thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. You sound like the perfect Bond villain. No, it's great. But what do you think about? I mean, this is a question I've been thinking about for a while. Is this purposeful? Are they just all so deluded over at Disney? I mean, are they purposely trying to wreck it?
It's hard to sort of avoid that conclusion, but the problem with whenever you assume that there is a grand conspiracy to wreck anything is that it does rely on the assumption that these people are fundamentally competent. Most conspiracy theories do fall apart when you assume that the people involved in it are competent. If you think that NASA faked the moon landings, you've never watched a government agency try to do a job. It all looks like a complete mess. I think the problem is they all come from roughly the same backgrounds. They're educated in the same schools, and they only ever speak to each other. And the audience, it's easy once you've settled into a mindset where any failure can be blamed on racist, sexist, subversive elements of the audience. And all of your friends are telling you what a good job you've done. You're in the club mindset, and all you have to do is play to the club. And so these people probably do genuinely believe they're doing an immense amount of good work. It's just that the audience disagrees. But eventually money will tell. While they've had silly money being printed and thrown at them, they've been able to get away with it. It's not going to last that much longer.
Okay, good. You know, the weirdest thing happened to me last week. I went to the grocery store, and I wanted to cook up a ribeye. I just wanted to get, throw in the butter, the rosemary, get that thick crust, sear it. And so, but I've been on carnivore for the last few months, working out, as had inspired me. He's like every day, X amount of days without energy drinks, sodas. So I started working out. And so I got on carnivore because I really enjoy the lifestyle. But I'm a fiend for pasta. And so I went by the pasta aisle and I started holding like this beauty pageant competition. Which package am I going to get? Because today, you have to worry about what ingredients are in there. Is this got cricket flour, crushed up Somalians, or beetle bugs? You got to pick it carefully. And I hear from behind me, Disney isn't woke. I'm like, okay, it's official. I'm now having auditory hallucinations. It's like, so I kept going and I heard again, I've loved Disney my entire life. And so I turned around and I'm looking, and there's this lady. She was in almost like this digital camo pajamas. So I was like, okay, it's Susie Safari at HEB. And
so you were at HEB. I was going to ask you that. Hell yeah.
So I was at HEB. I love it.
Greatest grocery store ever.
Hell yeah. And she tells me, she goes, I've watched some of your videos. That has never happened to me before. And I was like, she goes, I hate them all. I'm like, well, Jesus loves you. Thank you for all your support. The channel appreciates it. And she's like, I've watched them all. And Disney's not woke. But what's interesting is she wasn't raving. She's like, I don't understand why you call it woke. And I'm like, okay, she's being calm. Let me take a second. So I was like, well, what is woke to you? She's like, Disney's not woke. Woke isn't Disney. I'm like, okay, we're getting into cyclical arguments here. So this is something I've been thinking about for a while. How do you talk to someone to get them to see what's going on? Not someone who's raving, blue hair, but someone who wants to know, who's listening, but they're stuck in that loop, like they've been programmed. How do you open the blinders for them? And here we have Ryan to talk about it. And Jay, drunk 3PO.
Ryan's the last person to ask that question, but
yeah, right.
Yeah. So in terms of calmly, you just say, hey, if you don't understand, get the fuck out of here, dumb bitch. To kind of pile on to what Little Platoon was answering in terms of, is this intentional? I think in all aspects, never assume that it's intentional when incompetence is probably just as easily
a conspiracy of dunces. That's
yeah. And I think it's a combination of people in their echo chambers when they're surrounded by all these people who think the same way, who think that they're doing something worthwhile, who think their virtue signaling might actually make a difference in the world. And then you have some people, probably a small percentage of people, who they don't care if the company loses money. They don't care if these things flop as long as they get to put their little thing out into the world.
But they know they won't have a job, right? They know eventually they won't have a job.
They care.
But how long down the road, though?
There are people in power who are trying to change behaviors and social engineer, but I don't think they have their finger or they're pulling the string on every single thing. As Ryan said, and Little Platoon, there's too much incompetence out there, but they can rely on that too. As much as incompetent, you wouldn't want to give them a job to do, but you're like, oh, just let them go. They'll do this shit for me. So there's a bit of both. But as far as break it in with a conversation, if it's going to be cyclical, I just walk away. I don't. You have time. Life is too short to sit there and convince somebody. It's like, you'll figure it out or you won't. Bye.
It is. I didn't want to waste time, but I thought maybe I could reach through to her because she actually started talking about what about diversity and equity that Disney's trying to push. And I said, okay, do you like Dr. Martin Luther King? She goes, absolutely. You think he would have been proud to combat bigotry or racism with racism? She's like, no. I said, here's a simple question. Do you have any kids? Don't tell me. It doesn't matter. Let's say you have kids. So you go home right now and you got a son and you got a daughter. Are you going to say, okay, boy, guess what? Johnny, you get -1 because you were born a boy and you were born white. That means Susie gets an extra 2 scoops of ice cream because she's a girl, which means she's been harassed her entire life. She's been discriminating. She goes, I would never do that to my kids. So I said, well, if you wouldn't do it to your kids, why would you do it to the world? That's why Disney's woke. She just sat there. But I've been trying to figure out a way.
Has anybody on the panel talked to a woke school teacher?
Oh,
I have.
Probably has. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Aren't they all?
No, they're not.
No, not all. Not all. But in San Francisco,
like
most are. And the conversation usually devolves into basically going back on buzzwords and losing their temper. That's been my experience.
Yeah, these are adult children that kick and scream and throw tantrums when they don't get their way. And that's why when you see clips of them online, there's like that one lady that's in every Jeremy's thumbnail that screams.
Oh yeah.
She thought she was changing the world by sitting and pouting in the ground when there was a new president elected and screaming at the top of their lungs. They thought that if they scream loud enough, people will pamper them and give them what they want. And this is the same thing from like school teachers and elementary teachers and everything else. They act just like the children that they're trying to teach.
Well,
so
yeah, well, here's the thing about talking to someone who has the woke mind virus. You've already lost.
Yep.
If you're wasting, because when you get into a conversation with someone like that, you start having to because again, if it's a one-on-one conversation, it's not Twitter, it's not, YouTube, you're talking directly. You're going to have to start making concessions for their nonsense in order to continue the conversation, which is already a loss. If you are someone that's that far removed from reality, there's no helping you unless you're willing to help yourself. It's like anything else in life. If somebody is that far gone until they want to see reality, you can't force them to see reality. I think Ryan's had like this mindset of like, I think Ryan's simple answer would always be, I could either spend 10 minutes talking to a retard or I can just make a video.
Yeah,
Ryan would just rather make a video. You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
That's honestly what Ryan says every time he streams with you.
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it's like
only
everybody.
imagine what he says about me.
Everybody comes to it in their own time frame, right? Just like with Star Wars, where it's like, okay, how many things do we have to see that are bad? How many times I have to bastardize things? How many times I have to push an agenda before some people wake up? And it's a different thing for everyone. Maybe it's when that most important thing to them, maybe their favorite Disney movie finally gets remade and it's a black woman of color in a wheelchair or something, right? Like sometimes it's that tipping point for each person. So if somebody wants to have a conversation with me, that's fine, but I don't go around trying to change people's minds. I let their minds be changed over time after a mountain of evidence piles
We
up.
don't have that power, by the way. But remember when Anita Sarkeesian got all pissed off when they were going to make Buffy black? That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah,
That was
for me,
Not
the
only
thing that
like last year, the whole Velma thing, that was almost like too woke for the woke folk.
Yeah.
Like they were even like that went a step too far for them even.
That's what they were trying to label it. They were trying to label it right wing. They were trying to like cancel Mindy Kaling. Be like, she's a secret right winger who's trying to make us look bad.
She can't possibly be one of us.
I mean, what was
No.
that? The only reason Velma was memorable is because it left a bad taste in your mouth. I mean, it's like Mindy Kaling took her big daddy issues that she was talking in therapy and just brought them, on Velma.
That's
what all these guys
99% of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean, that's all of them. Yeah.
Did you guys see Roberto Blake's tweet about Star Wars? Have you guys
Yes.
seen that?
Very good.
I haven't seen it.
Now, Roberto Blake is not someone that's in the culture war. He's basically just like a social media influencer guy. He does like,
I've never heard of him.
He talks about like growing your YouTube channel, growing your following, YouTube analytics, all that shit.
And he knows his stuff on that too. By the
He
way,
100% does. And I know Jay, you know him, right? You've had him on your show,
Yeah.
right, Jay? Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's not really in this whole sphere. He's got this massive rant about Disney Star Wars. And he basically, I'm not going to read all of it, but because it's a long one, but he's like, here's the harsh truth about Star Wars. Disney is inconsistent and has damaged the brand and the IP several times. Something one would think is impossible. And they have earned most of the criticism they are getting. They sidelined John Boyega in a sheer act of cowardice, while every other possible virtue signaling their commitment to diversity. So it's a long rant on Twitter that he went on, and I'm going to cover it in a video. He's the classic example of a person that's not caught up in the culture war element of this, seeing it for what it is. Every point he makes in that tweet, it's almost like he just went down a rabbit hole of watching all of our videos in an afternoon, because that's what we've been saying for years. So it's when people that aren't really caught up in what we're doing are repeating the same points we're making after all this time. That just shows you right there. It's really, we're at that tipping point. And I think we've already been at that tipping point for a while.
There's a degree of
the thing
reluctance
that's
as well of like
worked for-
mainstream commentators who don't go in for that. They've been told for a large number of years at this point that it's only evil, very far right untouchables who will ever dare say that perhaps there's a diversity agenda, which is something to do with the fact that Star Wars has been ruined. And so for years, a lot of people who don't want to be involved in the culture wars, and I completely understand why they don't want to be involved, but they've been sort of associating a certain strand of criticism of diversity, equity, and inclusion with just far-right people that I don't ever want to be friends with. But it has come to the point now where, because the people on the quote-unquote woke side are so unsubtle about what they're doing, it's no longer just saying woke is about being nice to people. Now you do actually have, future directors of Star Wars media coming out and saying, yeah, we want to piss men off. You can't really avoid it anymore. And so it's ceased to be that you can't just compartmentalize that criticism off to the right anymore. Now it's quite obvious to people who will otherwise perhaps reluctant to see it that, yeah, this is part of the agenda that's been going on. There's a reason that the writing quality is so bad, and it's because writing quality isn't at the top priority of Disney. Its representation is, as lots of people have been saying for a very long time.
The conversationally for me, when I'm trying to black pill a housewife that would never watch a Nerdrotic video or a Midnight's Edge video or anything like that, I have a playlist of Disney Junior content where I just go through and list out all the woke things. I show a clip of it and then I say what it is. This for me has worked. Instead of ranting to each one of them individually when they say, hey, I heard there's a show, I just show them all of this stuff. And then they all of a sudden, their eyes are open to the fact that this is not just something that they're doing in little kids content. This is weaponized politeness that is being used to bring in all kinds of evil, especially in the Christian crowd. I mean, once you open their eyes to the fact that Disney, which was the bastion of not quite Christian values, but traditional values in America for so long. Yeah, exactly. That all of that is gone from Disney. And when they thought that everyone else was worse than Disney, to understand that Disney is gone. Again, I have a channel that pretty much focuses on Disney, so this is a particular focus for me. But all of them, I mean, all of them understand after you show them Gonzo in a dress trying to convert the other Muppet babies into understanding that, oh, you need to accept me for who I am, and I was scared you wouldn't love me. Or little black Moon Girl from Moon Girl that's having sleepovers with trans boys or girls, depending on what you want to classify this one character as. I mean, that was the thing that cracked open a lot of people's heads at my church. And I just have this nice little, hey, here you go. You don't have to listen to a salty rant from a guy you'd never talked to. Here's just what your kids are watching. And
it's from the horse's mouth.
Exactly.
Weaponized kindness is a really good term for it, though, because the reason it has been so successful is that most people do genuinely want to be nice and kind, and they don't particularly look too deeply into what the thing they're supporting happens to be. You can try and tell them, is it nice and kind, for example, of Disney to airbrush black people out of posters for the Chinese market? No.
Good point.
Is it nice and kind for Disney to say that it's going to preach LGBT values in the same week as it opens Disney Plus in Saudi Arabia? No. Like, there are all of these many different examples, but the more obvious and they become, the more unavoidable, even to normal people they become, people start to realize, no, this isn't really just about being kind to people. There's limits to tolerance. There has to be limits to tolerance. It's been successful because so far, up until the relatively recent past, it's stayed within those limits of acceptable tolerance. Now it's starting to say, yeah, you've got to accept any and every completely mad harebrained scheme. And we're going to be quite offensive in the way that we do it. And now a lot of people are starting to say, yeah, this isn't about kindness and tolerance anymore. This is something very, very different.
Well, you said it right there when you're talking about weaponized kindness, but in many ways they've weaponized tolerance. You know, they've told everybody you have to be tolerant, you have to be tolerant. But then you take a look at, we're talking about a singer now, not an actress, but you're taking a look at Taylor Swift. So she goes, I'm all about freedom, freedom of choice, freedom to be who you want, freedom to live. And then she goes over to the CCP, to China, and she throws a freedom concert. I'm like, wait a minute, in China? I mean, they all seem to have this ability to be the greatest hypocrites I've ever seen. Kind of like these vanity vandals. But here's a question I want for the whole panel. Is woke now, would you say the majority of people truly believe in the ideology? Or is it more of a camouflage for talentless hacks, for bad writing, for not having the ability to create the stories of the past?
I don't think that most of them believe it. I think that most people just run with it because that's part of the narrative that they're supposed to be running with. So much like any narrative, you know what I mean? Like that right now, like there are people in Hollywood that we know for a fact don't buy into it, but because they know they can't speak out against it because they're going to get the mob after them and their job is going to be, put in jeopardy, or they're just going to be alienated from Hollywood altogether because that mob mentality. Anytime something is built on a house of cards like that and it's phony, you have to protect it by not allowing others to speak out against it because you know that it's phony. And so that's why, like, so at its core, it's phony and that most people don't buy into it. But there is this kind of overarching kind of idea that you can't speak out about it, even if you want to, because we will call you out. That's the definition of it being phony.
I think one of the biggest problems is when you have someone like Elon or someone else use the term woke, there's a certain group of people that try to get in front of that and try to, I guess, for normie people, saying if you see anyone use this word, they're probably a terrible person, and here's why.
Good point.
So they won't want to sit and, I mean, I see, when you first hear about Geeks and Gamers, it's always negative, and it's always like, these are terrible people. They don't like this. They don't.
My bad.
They don't like that. That was even before Ryan was there. And so.
Or Zack Snyder.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, and then like we get super chats like that all the time. Like on Tuesday Night's Main Event, they're like, yeah, I didn't like you guys at first, but now I understand, things like that. And so these people just try to get these people that push this ridiculous stupidity on the entire world. They try to get out in front of it beforehand and just like, that's why you know, the first time that we ever criticized The Last Jedi, they're like, you must hate women, you're a misogynist. And then now it's like, well, you're a racist and you're this and you're that and all these things. It's like, man, never in my wildest dreams do you ever think about criticizing a film that they would call you that kind of stuff. So they try to get out in front of it, so people that might not understand or wonder what's going on with this whole woke culture, that they would just be like, okay, well, according to the popular, it's a terrible thing, so let me just stay away from it. So it's and that's why we call it the culture war.
And it's about it was also about kind of taking over a word, because woke had a whole different meaning a few years ago, that they really wanted it to be positive. It's about waking up to the man and what he's doing to you, but what it was really about is covert activism. It was about Marxism and putting a lot of ideologies in stories where they just don't fit. So they really fought hard. You remember every time in the early days it'd be like, define woke. What is woke? Well, now the word's been completely taken over to the point where when Bob Iger was interviewed, remember when he was talking about the executive supervising Nia DaCosta, the interviewer just unironically said, is Disney making too much woke entertainment? And Bob didn't even fight back on the woke thing at all.
Can we point out how beautiful that is? That is an MSNBC host that asked him if it's woke.
I still can't get over the fact that go ahead, Tom.
Well, I was just going to say what Gary was talking about there is absolutely correct, because for years it used to be they realized that we were rallying around this idea that the man was the bad thing, right? The man being the government, authority, your boss, your teacher, your whatever. That's the man. Well, then they're like, well, how do we stop this? How do we get them fighting with each other instead of us? You just put white in front of it. That's easy.
Right.
Well,
it's like,
instead
I don't know
of
how
man, it's white man now. So all the white men are bad, and then vicariously they go down the line, and it's been working out that way ever since.
Did you see how Elon took to school Mark Cuban? Because Mark Cuban was talking about how he has DEI over in his organization. Come on,
Mark Cuban doesn't do very well in an argument when he doesn't fully control all the purse strings. Man, my goodness.
And I promise the chat, as we keep going from live stream to live stream, we'll have clips I can be able to show you. This is all new. This is my first time hosting one. But what I wanted to bring up is that interview that you just talked about, Gary, with Iger. How did he have the gall? You know, in that very same month, Disney put out their SEC 10K report, and they're sitting here telling shareholders and future shareholders, you know, I'm paraphrasing now, we're losing money, but we're going to continue our social environmental message, which means we can continue to lose money. But then he goes on that New York Times interview, and he's like, oh no, we get the message. We're going to focus on entertainment. But then at the same time, it's like a real reporter would have asked him a question, which I know, Gary, this goes right to your heart. How do you have a director for a Marvel movie that hates Captain America?
Yes. That should disqualify her from being anywhere near Marvel.
I'm sorry, is that Nia DaCosta? Who is that?
Yeah, Nia DaCosta.
Whoa.
Yeah.
She hates him. She did an interview, and she's tried to clean it up several times, Jonas, where she was like, and her initial statement was, when she told somebody 2 years ago, Captain America is one of the true villains of Infinity War. And the reporter was like, why? Well, because he could have stopped the whole thing if he would have killed Vision. That's all he had to do, was kill a robot. Yeah, she says a sentient robot, but if he killed the sentient robot, then he would have saved, half the universe. But instead, he tried to be this white hero for everyone that I even have to fight.
Called a hero.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Didn't they kill Vision and then Thanos just reverse time and anyway?
Yeah, but would Spider-Man kill Vision? No. Iron Man? No. Would Black Panther? No. None of them would. That's the dumbest effing argument I've ever heard.
I would have.
Ryan would have, but Ryan's not.
And then I would have
anti-hero.
And then I would have snuck in and stole his girl too. That's really what you had to do. That was the easy thing to do in that situation.
You really want that crazy?
And all this darkness, we have the lady. We have to introduce the Lady of Infinite Hope.
She created these fake kids that didn't exist and killed a bunch of people over it. You sure you want to deal with that?
How you doing? No, but it's crazy. What do you think about that, Nina? I mean, you don't find that it makes my skin crawl to think that you actually had a director who couldn't handle a movie like this. And remember, her previous film had bombed. It was oh my God, the guy, he was killing only white people. The horror movie, Jeepers.
Candyman.
Candyman. And they asked her again. I used that clip in a video. They were asking her, is there a reason why you're only killing white people? She's like, well, black people have been killed in horror films forever and a day. So yeah, I want to kill white people. I'm like, okay. So you get a woman who's obviously biased, bigoted.
Which I've called bullshit on that several times over. But anyway, sorry, George.
So then she turns around and she hates Captain America. I can't get over that. That bothers me. It's like, you don't want someone who's like, I hate Superman to direct a Superman movie.
Well, Zack Snyder did.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
That's true, Jeremy.
It is.
Honestly, all these people can go fuck themselves. But you know what? I came here for another reason. I came here to celebrate you, George.
Oh,
George the Giant Slayer, one of the best around, one of the coolest people, and one of the most supportive people in this space, in this fellowship community, whatever you want to call it. I can't stay long. But I just wanted to really stop by and add my voice to everyone that just wanted to thank you for all your support, George, because you've given me tons of it throughout my existence as a YouTuber. And you don't you don't hide your kindness, just, like some other people do, like Ryan Kinnell on this panel, who wants to pretend that
he's not hiding anything he doesn't have. Okay. Ryan doesn't have an ounce of kindness in his body. Sorry to interrupt.
You know what, Gary?
True.
I disagree, because Ryan is one of the kindest, most amazing people.
You met him when he was
I've
drunk, and he's a gay drunk.
Oh, I remember that in Vegas. Ryan was really I'm like, who the hell is that? Ryan came up and gave me a hug. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you
Gay when
dying?
he's drunk, man. It's uncomfortable. It's really weird.
I love his face right now. He's like, why are you talking about me? Just stop it. Look,
It's just my face.
That's his resting dick face.
but yeah, this whole panel, you guys are all awesome, but George is a special kind of awesome, because he came from the chat, just like I did. We came from the chat, and that's it's something. It's a bond that we share. And I love you,
Absolutely.
George. Thank you for
I
all
love
the
you, Nina.
support. And your channel is amazing. Honestly, your channel is fantastic. I don't know why you waited this long to even make one. It's ridiculous that you even waited this long.
I know.
So
I'm
I'm gonna.
humbled, Nina.
That's my piece. I just came to say it, and I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
go now. Leave the men to the talk, because I know you guys don't really like women talking all that much. So
Yeah, that was a lot of words.
Yeah, especially if you're not even on camera. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah,
I know.
She's still going blah, 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 feelings.
All
There's
I'm
no
hearing is quack,
There's
quack,
no
quack.
boobs. There's nothing going on. I know. I'm sorry I failed.
This
you guys.
is how I feel. This is how I feel. This is how I feel. That's all we hear.
Well, we're about to get a lot of that coming in DC's direction. James Gunn with his whole new how Lois Lane is going to be Soup's mentor. What do y'all think about that?
God. You guys are amazing. I'll see you
Thank you,
later.
Nina.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, Nina.
I think that writer's room that he has collected has one good writer. They should fire everybody, but they're not gonna. Tom
Yeah, the
King
one
being
good
there is-
writer is James Gunn. That's it.
no. Drew Goddard's in there too.
Okay, that's true. I'm just kidding.
But yeah, right. Drew Goddard is just as good of a, but they're both from kind of like the Joss Whedon school, like the old school Joss. And of course, Drew Goddard developed Daredevil, the real good, the best thing Marvel's done.
Yeah. Oh God, I love that. I was watching that the other day. I put it back on. How do they compete against that? I mean, we all saw the clips of Daredevil versus Echo. She's holding her foot mid kick. It's like
she's breakdancing in front of him. She like gets down and like slowly spins around and then kicks her leg up. And I'm like, what the heck is this electric boogaloo? What the fuck's going on here?
Doesn't she have like? Isn't one of her legs fake? Can't she just take it off and swat him with it?
Yeah, I throw it at him. Like
the thing with that is it's obvious what they're trying to do. They're trying to recreate these one-shot type of fight scene feelings that they did so well in the Daredevil Netflix series and the Punisher Netflix series, but they don't have the people in order to do it. Whether it's the actors themselves or whether it's the stunt coordinators, whether it's the filmmakers, whatever, they don't have the people to adequately do it. So they're trying to pull it off and it looks like shit. Really, that should be, if you're gonna do that fight scene and you don't have the people to do it, then you need to start using those cuts, the quick cuts to, even though that we might complain about that a little bit, but that avoids you looking like you're completely and totally incompetent. At least you can still have some believability in a fight scene like that, as opposed to now we see it when you're trying to do the realest take you can and no one buys it because it looks terrible.
Right. The kind of people that will notice that it's a one take are also the kind of people who will know all the spots that you put multiple takes together where the screen goes black in there. It's ridiculous to me that they're taking this character and they're literally going to give her ethnic superhero costume by the end of the series.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, you got to look that thing up. They're giving her authentic Choctaw outfit.
Come on. Are you kidding me?
Like they didn't watch The Boys and figure
I
that
see
one
Gary's face. Y'all aren't kidding me, right? This is
no.
It's
like it's Squaw Girl.
Oh
Like,
my
it's
God.
Like they straight up lean into Squaw Girl, and it's like her costume was pretty normal in the comics. She's fine. She's fine. She's got like a white. She's like the white hand of Saruman's over her face. And she's kind of based on Gina Gershon.
Okay,
that's who the artist
not bad.
based her on.
I like
Which is bad. We didn't get that in Echo at all.
No, we got, I don't know what it is, another DEI affirmative action candidate. Jesus, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. But my question is Jonas, you've worked in Hollywood, right?
No, I'm strictly on the accounting side of things here.
Okay, but what I want to know is what do you think about how what is Daredevil, the actor's name?
Charlie Cox.
Charlie Cox. Remember when it was 14 months ago when he had stated that he would not compromise his character? He was trying to follow the similar path for Punisher.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Bernthal was like, there are 3 things I will never do. I'm not going to betray my wife, I'm not going to hurt my children, and I'm never going to betray Punisher. But then all of a sudden, Charlie Cox, I mean, we saw him in She-Hulk. He did that, walk of shame.
Walk of shame.
What the hell was that? And now we see him here. You think he sold out? I mean, obviously, or did they just convince him?
I think he saw that Daredevil had a mortgage to pay, and he wanted to make sure the guy was taken care of.
Gotcha.
When you look at things like that, I can't help but assume that there's some bit that is better on the page, or there's some other context. And when they tell them go do this thing, that they don't know how it's going to look when it comes out in the final product. And man, that final product stunk to high heavens.
Right.
I haven't seen what they do with Punisher. Obviously, we haven't seen him since the Bernthal show, and man, that Bernthal show was intense.
Yeah,
especially the first season.
Yeah.
You're talking about Daredevil. You talking about Daredevil?
No, I'm talking about the Punisher.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm saying when Punisher was in Daredevil season 2, those
season 2,
yeah,
phenomenal. But then obviously the Punisher, the first season, I didn't really like the second season because I didn't even finish the second season. The first season of Punisher,
terrible.
I think the first season's fantastic.
But what do you consider the second season? Do you consider the second season the first season of the Punisher show?
No, second season of the Punisher when he's
okay. Yeah, that
around that girl.
Yeah, I didn't. No, yeah, I did not like that. I didn't even finish that one.
All that stuff on the rooftop where Daredevil wants to hurt people, and Punisher shows up and he's like, "Why aren't you hurting people?" And that's I love that. I love that when two characters are agreeing with each other, but they're fighting each other. Oh, that's delicious.
It's the best stuff ever, man.
I don't expect any of that in the new series. I mean, they're going to do like 26 episodes or something, and that's going to get shortened when they realize that it's crap. All 26? Of a sudden, we're going to. They're going for a long run on that. Or maybe that's changed now that they've started on like a page 1 rewrite on that show with the original guys on it. This is something I should not be talking about with all of you on this panel. I'm sure Gary and Jeremy and Ryan, you know more than I do on this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've been told that they're gonna have sex and cry after. So that's what they're planning right now. So we'll see. We'll see if that stays after they're reshooting the entire thing. But who knows?
But they're dropping the whole thing, aren't they? On Tuesday,
Echo. Oh yeah, Echo all the episodes all at once in order to hide it. Yeah,
the vote of confidence, isn't it? Let's get it all out of the way as quickly as possible and hope nobody notices that it's out. This is a really good product that we've got. Please go and don't watch it.
And it's review embargo not till the minute that it releases. That's when the review embargo lifts.
And not only that, I love that it's under this new Spotlight Marvel brand, which is basically their way of putting shit out there and going, well, if nobody likes it, then it doesn't count.
And they're hiding it behind Percy Jackson and the Olympics. That's coming out at the same time.
That's another author who's been fighting his fans. What the hell is the deal? It's like already we had last year where we have James Bond. He's being censored now for sensitive souls. Then you had Roald Dahl, and you get this Percy Jackson.
I guess they decided not to do the Roald Dahl thing, just for the record, but yeah.
Right, but they're talking that they're still going to look at editing some of the words, not doing a full blown. They're going to make 2 versions. Isn't that right, Tom? They're making 2 versions.
I think they opted not to do it. I guess
that would be great.
I mean, even though the other version had made it out in the market, I guess they opted to go back. To the
the trigger
version.
warning thing isn't going to go down well, even with like woke creators. Like 99% of them will be against it. Like that's a bridge too far, messing with art. Unless of course you're Russell T Davies, and then you just
let's go start covering up David and shit like that while we're at it too. Like that was a Simpsons episode in the first damn season, if I remember right, or second season, where
that's why I bought Always Sunny on physical media.
Scratchy one, yeah.
Oh,
where she wanted to censor Itchy and Scratchy, but then when the same parents group decided they wanted to censor the David statue, she got upset and then realized how stupid she was being in the first place. So like this is stuff we've already dealt with years ago. Come on, kids. It's like, duh. You cannot censor the past.
No,
you noticed Rick Riordan's completely silent on that Percy Jackson stuff too. It's all his wife talking for him.
It is.
Which is amazing. Amazing.
They are so as someone who's read pretty much everything that Rick Riordan's done since Percy Jackson, including the Egyptian saga, the Norse mythology saga, the follow-ups to the Greek saga that he's done. I personally think that him and his wife have always been this way, but they knew they wouldn't sell books. So the first Percy Jackson series, you've got some stuff in there that makes sense. Hey, the satyr's an environmentalist, right? They're upset about people polluting, right? You know, things like that are no real problem, just part of a story that kind of you understand. Well, then as you continue to move on, as that series becomes massively successful, the next series, all of a sudden, one of the characters that was introduced in that, out of nowhere, they make him gay. Right. Which, if that's your plan all along, you know, whatever, that's fine. But it was very much, it felt forced and it felt strange. It felt out of nowhere. And then the next series, you've got a transgender character who's their transgenderism is very much at the forefront of a major storyline. And then you, in one of the Greek series, are like, hey, we got this person in a wheelchair who's fighting with us. And it just seemed like more and more as they became more successful, they were more willing to put their true ideology into everything.
Oh, I see. Bait and switch.
Right. Not necessarily bait and switch. Not at all. Like, because they became successful, they felt it allowed them to be more activist within their storytelling. And now you're seeing them retroactively go back and doing all these things they never would have done in the beginning because they knew that wouldn't been able to sell books.
So like coming out of the closet then instead of a bait and switch. More like this is who we are.
That's what I
now
think.
We can okay.
That's how I feel about Rick Riordan and his wife.
But what do you think about their answers when they come up when people ask them about the race swapping? Look, I'm Greek. It's like the ancient Greek gods. When you study their history, they were supposed to be a representation of the Hellenistic people. They're not supposed to be this global, you know, they're not this DEI Benetton ad where we're like, okay, we look like people from all over the world. Yes, they're gods. They can do whatever they want, and their children can to a certain degree. But what do you think about the race swapping? That's just more of their unmasking.
Yeah, like Annabeth is made black because she is described in the books multiple times as the stereotypical California blonde, right? She is the smartest person in the series and all that. That's like an easy go-to DEI points. Let's make the strong, smart woman black. All right, we've seen it multiple times. We might even see it in the new Harry Potter series again after they race swapped Hermione for the play. But yeah, like that's how they get away with it. Now, is there a problem with having a black demigod? No, not at all. Why didn't you write it this way in the beginning? Because you didn't want to. You didn't want to force all this agenda or whatever. You wrote it a certain way, but now you're willing to change it because it's more acceptable, because you're more secure, because you already have, you know, tens of millions of dollars. And now it's about pushing your agenda.
And there's also like what Bia Shelley over at Netflix said when asked about race swapping the character in He-Man. And he's like, well, if we create a new character, nobody's going to care or pay attention. But if we do it to a character everybody knows, well, then they'll notice. See, and that's the main thing too, is they won't create something new because they know nobody will pay attention. That's why. It's only when you do something to something like that people actually care about, that's when people will pay attention.
Right. Because
like the next big thing is,
the
next big thing is to try and make like Batman black or something like that, something that'll actually set people off, you know. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's really just this idea that how much can we get away with and push this agenda bullshit, and then they get their fucking money from BlackRock and all that kind of crap. We know how it goes.
Guys, I gotta jump into this convo because we got 2 more people backstage, and also Jay and Jonas told me that they had to leave at the top of the hour. So let's outro. Jay, anything you want to promote? I think there is something you might want to promote.
No, just this is about George. So congratulations, man. There's some amazing guests. Everybody stick around and enjoy this awesome panel. Everybody here is freaking awesome, and people that many of us look up to. So yeah, also get my shirt. It's available.
Beautiful.
Wait, show it up.
That's a cool shirt.
Show your book, Jay.
Yeah.
Say
So the
magic
audience that doesn't
on
know.
on the bullet.
My book
got a
is
copy?
somewhere
On the
else.
ammo case
so-
there?
But yeah,
Hey, Jay, didn't your books? What did they come out on? Time. That's it. Time.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
I was.
roast me all you
Yeah.
want, but my books came out on time, and everybody loves them.
There we go.
Thanks
George,
for being
thank
here,
you.
Jay.
Thanks for the invitation. It means
Oh,
a lot.
absolutely.
So you guys have an amazing Sunday. God bless
Later,
you.
brother.
God bless.
DJ.
And then also we're gonna outro Jonas. Jay Campbell, anything you want to promote, sir?
I just want to promote George because I feel like I'm like Charlie Bucket over here. I just feel like the luckiest boy in the world to get to be on the panel with all you guys, and especially on George's first live stream. This is amazing. I'm looking forward to catching the rest of it whenever I get done with all this family stuff I've got to take care of. Gentlemen, keep doing what you're doing because you're doing an amazing job. Maybe curse a little less so I can recommend it to my church friends. But
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Jonas. You're amazing. I'm glad you were here.
Oh man, thank you. All right, y'all have a good one.
Take it easy, man.
And we are joined by a
Hi,
few
Chris.
other people, including Andre, Robert Meyer Burnett, and Dan Vass.
Wow, there you go.
Oh, no.
I didn't know you guys had to kick. I didn't know you
part
had
of
to kick those guys out to let
Now
them
I
in.
have to stay
Now I
off
feel
screen. There's
bad.
too much sexiness
Jesus
in here.
Christ.
Listen, I'm not in a stream with Nerdrotic since I don't know more than a year because truth is he's afraid to invite me to Friday Night Tights.
Okay, Matt Jarbo.
Because
You're on
he's
Friday Night Tights every damn day.
He's afraid to lose his 7.4% of women.
I'm afraid to. I'm hanging
And
on
then
by
I'll
a
pass
thread
him.
with the women. But there, I mean, I don't have any 70-year-old Christian women subscribing to my channel. That's all you, baby.
Hey, you had a bunch that came from my
maybe
channel.
if you can get you get a few of those kids who chase you around every day. You go to the grocery store wanting to kill you and murder you,
Hey,
The
or
truth
both.
is,
You should get them to sub.
The truth is, and Gary's just being nice about it. We haven't had Dan on FNT in a while because we already have gay representation on the panel with
We do.
Az, even if he took a
Who
month
is?
off.
Az?
Yeah. He likes men with tits. What are you talking about? So,
Hey, yeah. You notice when he says like 365 days without an energy drink. You notice it doesn't say 400 days without ogling a man's boobs.
Well, he has that set that he goes to bed with. Doesn't someone send him?
Yeah.
and we just sent this one off the rails. So
Wow.
well, it's
Robert.
to show up.
Hello.
Robert's respectable here, but Dan just muddied it up. So.
Yeah, thank you. but
Dan,
yeah,
it's
I'm
great to see you.
very happy to be here, George. Thanks for the
Thank
invitation.
you.
I really don't know what I'm doing here because I'm not a culture war master like all those guys. Just so George's audience knows, I'm just a dumb Brazilian singer.
A brilliant singer.
But I was fishing for that. Thank you. But
He's a
I
great
don't like
singer, but he's still
wokeness.
dumb.
I wasn't fishing for that. But I don't like wokeness like all of you. So that's why we can hang out and have such interesting conversations, and love you guys. Thank you very much for your friendship and for this fellowship, and it's all amazing. So
No, it's great. You were on the second stream that I was ever on, Dan, when it was on Comics Division. Yeah, we were the first time together, and I was like, wow, that's Dan Vass, because I love your music. I love the music. I love what you do.
Thanks, man. Yeah,
My favorite
I
song is
remember from
Silence.
the first couple of videos that you did, I said, man, and I told you this. You can go back on our DMs. I told you that you would go big. I I knew George had what it takes, because you are able to create this narrative, this story with the video. You're not just reporting news. You have this ability to get us interested in whatever you're talking about, and that's pretty great. And your voice, man, I told you that. I remember telling you that too, that you have like this voice of a grandpa telling a story.
You know,
it's awesome.
I know, but I hate it. I hate it.
Dude,
Yeah, but you're like a great
I'm
professor, dude. Like when you start your videos, you sound and you just deliver it so well. It's
you know who it reminds me of sometimes? Orson Welles. I'm
like Orson Welles. There's
like
all the drinking.
There's an album by Manowar called
everywhere.
Gods of War. Go to that album and listen to the track "A Warrior's Prayer."
Okay,
that's a freaking great album.
It has Orson Welles doing some narrations in it, and I swear to God, it sounds like
I can't get away from you, Dan, because I'm in the gym and I listen to all I listen to is metal at the gym, right, all the time. And
of course,
every time you are freaking recommended like 2 or 3, even after I unsub from you months ago, I'm still getting recommended. Dan Bask.
Yes, it's working.
It is.
Let's say hello now to Andre from Midnight's Edge and Robert Meyer Burnett. Andre, thank you so much for coming, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure and long overdue.
Thank you. No, because I know what time it is. It's late for you, but thank you.
Well, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Like I'm in the UK time zone now. Like I'm not in the UK, far from it, but I'm in the UK time zone, so it's not too bad.
I appreciate it. You know, for years before you had me on Midnight Edge, I think I told you the very first time you had me on, I said I couldn't believe I was on here because I would listen to that intro over and over and over. Love that. Thank you for being here. Robert, great to see you. I saw you last night on your show talking about
congratulations, man. You know, giving you shout outs. It's great to be here with this very esteemed panel. I've streamed with you before, some of you. Jeremy, good to see you again.
You too, Robert. Always nice to see you, buddy.
And you know, I still the Geeks and Gamers. What is that sound?
Oh, that. Oh, yeah. So that was created by someone that was on my team years ago, and when they moved on, we made a deal where I just bought it from them, and he just came up with that sound. And because I said, like, this is back when I used to watch YouTube in the early days, and IGN had their little intro, and it was just a little kind of little IGN noise before their videos. And I said, I want something that in the future someone can use it as a notification for a ringtone or something if G&G ever gets big. And he's like, let me create this, and then I just ran with it. So
it works.
Yeah. So we
that's
like every streaming service ever now.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
But it's good to see everybody. Gary, good to see you.
Good to see
and
you,
Andre,
Robert.
good to see you. You know, we gotta.
Andre, yeah, likewise, my friend.
I gotta just point out, Andre has got something very exciting that's happening at the end of the month. Conan the Barbarian is being released in 4K.
Oh,
I know.
I
can't be late for
I didn't know that.
It's finally coming out. You can get it. You can get it as either as a single disc or it comes in a box set with Conan the Destroyer.
Did you get the Arrow collection?
Yeah,
that's the one. And I have to also point out, Tom is the one who had the scoop on that, like more than a year ago.
Yeah,
wait, the Arrow, the TV show.
No, Arrow, the
Arrow video.
Boutique,
it's freaking great. I love it.
They killed it at the end of the year, putting up Barbarella and the Warriors. Those
I love
discs were amazing.
You know, I drove my first roommates in my 20s crazy with Conan the Barbarian. I played it every night. I got 4 speakers.
There's also Shout Factory. There's also Shout Factory, which is really good too.
Really?
Yeah. And Robert,
I've been having some issues with him lately, but yeah.
I forgot to ask you the last time we had you on. What do you think about that Graham Hancock interview?
I loved it. I'm a huge fan of Graham Hancock. And, you know, so for those of you who don't know, Graham Hancock is a reporter that has now delved into archaeology. And all he's basically done is posed really interesting questions about how human civilization might have started much earlier. And there might have been another advanced civilization that was destroyed by a cataclysm around 12,500 years ago. But his questions have been sort of dismissed as poppycock by the orthodoxy that controls modern archaeological thought. And all he's saying is like, look, maybe this happened. And he's had compelling evidence. I mean, he's called for like LiDAR scans of the entire Amazon basin, saying that, look, there's things there that we just don't know that are there.
I'm
and
going
we
to
could
share
use.
one thing that he actually asked me to cut from that interview, because for those that haven't seen, I had an interview with Graham Hancock.
It was
that
great.
Was no small feat to get, I'll tell you what. But anyway,
We've been trying to get him for a year.
Yeah, I had. I'll let you know later how I did it, but it
Thank
wasn't
you.
easy. But
does anybody know, Andre? Does anybody know when the Conan series is coming out? Because originally Amazon had it, then
they're working on it.
I'll tell you everything about that afterwards. But
okay.
But real quick about Graham Hancock, because after I did the interview, like, he wanted to approve it as a condition for doing it, which was fine, and he asked me to cut one bit out of it, and it really sucked because I thought it was the best bit, and that was when I asked him, like, many archaeologists, they complain about you are the one with the audience, so why don't you put your money where it's worth? And then he kind of like answered that, well, I do. And not only that, I also help a bunch of studies which are interested in gaining funding, but he does it off the record. He doesn't want his name associated with them. And then Miseki did, which is why he wanted to delete it. He named a number of studies which do just this, LiDAR and underwater archaeology. And he was like, no, please cut this before it's published and peer-reviewed, because he doesn't want those studies tainted by being associated with him. So he actually does all that. He does organize and fund for LiDAR and such studies.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some really interesting stuff to say. And, you know, again, it's people don't want to uncover the truth. But the thing that gets me about him is that he's just posing questions. You know, what if? Let's look into it. And why wouldn't you want to? And there are people that don't.
No, that's one of the people I learned from, Robert. He's the one I learned, like, essentially I've been reading him for decades now. And listening to him, and he's the one who said the world needs heretics. We need the outsiders questioning authority at all times, and that's what he's always been about. And he's great. He's great.
I think so. I love listening to him talk.
I met him twice this year, so
oh wow,
pretty cool. Yeah.
Is he the same? I mean, when he speaks to you, Gary, is he the same? Like,
yeah. He's
voice and
he's an intense. He's an intense guy. He's a really intense guy, but he's like serious and kind to all of his all the readers and stuff.
He's super nice. I also met him in person. I mean, that's kind of like how the interview came together. Also met his wife and his grandchildren, and like they're all super sweet. Yeah.
He's the guy from Ancient Apocalypse, right?
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's all I've seen from him. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
What did y'all think about what was that that happened a few days ago in Miami or something about?
Ryan has a great. Ryan's theory was right about that.
Ryan, what was it?
All right, listen again. When we have these like big conspiracies, like, well, there would be a lot of people doing something one way. Sometimes the easiest thing to believe is actually like the truth, right? So were aliens really in Miami, or was it a bunch of very urban people that got into a fight at a mall? Right? What's more likely?
Right.
Okay.
Was this another reparations withdrawal from the stores?
I think it was just a fucking fight that started.
Okay.
And when
I think
there was actually a description that went out there about tall, dark monsters, and it's an actual like.
But I think it was called in as like the police response was massive because it was called in as a shooting. That's why.
What happened? What happened?
It was just
a fight at a mall.
A bunch of black people got in a fight at a mall. That's it.
Yeah, but the first reports that I read, they said they were big. Yeah, but the first report that I read was there are big silver people walking in the mall, and then it started changing. I'm like,
10-foot aliens.
They got the color a little
Then it
wrong.
was shadow aliens and all that stuff. Yeah.
Someone mistook black people for aliens. Is that what happened?
Yeah, pretty much.
The thing is, I want aliens to be real. Don't we all want the
absolutely?
To
they are real.
They are like they are, but there's no way. You're telling me that one, nobody ever gets a picture, but two, you're telling me that these people that are able to travel like interdimensionally across the galaxies, like all this stuff, You're telling me that they get caught like just a really bad picture, like standing behind a fucking pole somewhere? Like, no, we have no idea they're here if they are. And they would probably come and see us be like, these people are they're not advanced nearly enough for us to worry about them.
No, they already have gone beyond it. They, in fact,
comedy
they have
film to be written
bypassed
about that,
us.
though, isn't there?
They have bypassed us and tried to figure out what's wrong with us by just taking out our fucking food
We're
source.
an
There's
anthill.
something wrong with these people.
We're an
so let's
ant
study
farm.
what they eat. So that's why they go after the cows.
Imagine traveling like dozens of light years only to get into a fight in a Walmart. What is why? What's the point?
Well, all we do is watch ourselves fuck each other, and that's it. That's all we do all day.
Just slowly hover over a small town in Arizona. It's like, come on. What are we talking about here?
You say that now, but there's a lot of really dumb people with really advanced technology, like cell phones running around. So, like, I don't know, as above, so below. That's what I believe. I think the universe is
I don't doubt
the galaxy.
there are aliens, but I sincerely hope they ain't here because that would be really bad news for us.
But it would be, I mean, I would think that in terms of observation, we must be hilarious to them. I mean, we are an endless source of entertainment.
I think, like I said, all we do is watch ourselves have sex with each other and eat weird shit. So they probably have a lot of fun with us.
I'm sure they were watching that Bass Pro Shops video yesterday.
Oh my god! what the hell was he saying? I couldn't understand what he was saying. It was like, "I am something."
I don't. It
was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I tried to avoid that video when I first saw it, and then it was just on my timeline like crazy. So then I finally just used the Ghostbusters.
This man has no
dick. Yeah, it literally did.
Hey, it was cold in there, Jeremy. It was cold.
We all know that situation. It ain't that bad for that was a negative penis.
Yeah,
all right?
it basically looked like a dude that had an Audi belly button. Like that's not the extent of it. That was rough.
That was bad.
Let's just say he made me feel good about my prowess. That's
Yeah, every man has to be like, should be between to be like, this is average. You would have no idea.
So what kind of aliens do you guys think are more likely to be out there? Like the sort of Star Trek aliens, like humanoid, speak English, and wear
Cthulhu
clothes
shit.
and stuff? Or the
I hope it's
piece
the
of jelly
Day. I want
that
the Independence
thinks.
Day aliens. That's what I want.
I think it's Cthulhu type shit.
I
They're
do an
gonna-
entire show on this very day that I can't like break it all down, but higher form of consciousness. So
no
the
bodies.
little grays you're seeing are probably drones. They're not. They're probably just made because even for an advanced race traveling hundreds of thousands of light years or more, why would you send people out when you could just send probes?
Right, exactly.
So are you talking about, Gary, like the Star Trek episode in Next Generation, when he's like, we're now that they didn't have bodies? I can't remember the name of the episode when they
I can't either, but yeah.
I know, yeah.
When they didn't have bodies, they're like, we can go wherever we want. Not the travel.
Or they're not. It's not even space. It's from different dimension or
Different
they're
dimension.
here,
Higher
or-
dimension.
yeah.
It's fairly common. I think Arthur C. Clarke's model of higher intelligence often had it as disembodied, sort of. Yeah, there's gestate intelligence which doesn't need to. Or you can watch Star Trek Discovery when apparently higher forms of life turn into whales that communicate with feelings.
Oh God, I put
or
that out of my
tardigrades.
memory. Yeah. Or tardigrades in the mycelium network, in a mushroom network.
Well, we saw how they would treat them in Doctor Who.
Season 5 is coming in March, man.
Dude,
Final season of Michael Burnham.
I need the great since 2017 the horror to be over. The pain must end. I can't continue.
But aren't they continuing, Robert, with Strange Worlds?
Hey, yeah, they're Strange Worlds. Then they're doing Section 31 because they really understood the concept of that, as evidenced in Discovery Season 2.
But there is a lot of interesting things going on behind the scenes. I don't know if you've heard anything.
Every
yet or not,
secret
but,
organization needs its own badge. Okay. The
Right.
secret
And headquarters,
organization badge,
spaceships.
you need to wear that, and spaceships,
Assassin.
and a base, and they have little Employee of the Month placards all over the place. Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
Which
Yeah,
could get
I
worse.
heard the behind the scenes too. I actually talked to Robert about it. About what Patrick Stewart said publicly, that he's getting a script next week for a Picard movie.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's something going on. Yeah. And the other sad part of it is either
No, there
Trek,
isn't anything going on. There's
Well.
nothing going on. Yeah.
Oh, there isn't?
no,
No.
Nothing.
no.
Oh.
He was confused.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm talking about
How
like
so?
the sale of Star Trek in general. And
Oh,
maybe.
yeah. Well,
Alex
yeah,
fucking
that.
Kurtzman himself owning it. through secret hideout.
Oh God. You know what? Let him pay for everything. Let him own it and pay for everything, and we'll see how long Star Trek sticks around.
There's other avenues that could go. There's like 3 possibilities right now, but it's all being triggered by the sale/merger talk because Redstone wants out, Zaslav wants his hands on CBS for the sports and shit. Skydance wants Paramount, and then there's this other company now that's throwing their head in the ring. I think it's Legendary or somebody else. I can't remember now, but yeah.
Wow. What is this?
It's going to get messy.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt you, but I know at least a few of our panelists have to go, and the reason I popped myself in here is because some of the super chats relate to at least a couple of the panelists, and so I want to grab those super chats before we lose those panelists in particular.
Okay.
So sorry to interrupt you, but $20, Lover of Green. The Fellowship has done a great job exposing woke Hollywood. 2024 will be a wild year, but the Fellowship is determined to fix pop culture. Hail to George, Mike, Jay, Gary, Jeremy, Ryan, Jonas, Platoon, and the 199.
Hail the 199.
Hail 199.
Boy,
Hail
is
the
199 not
199.
taken off or what?
Oh yeah, beautifully.
I fucking hate it.
Ryan's the reason it exists. So the 199 has taken over. So
And then we have a $5 US super chat. Celluloid Dream
Checks
says,
out.
So that's what Celluloid Dream does. So
is that an inside thing or?
It's just we just talk shit like friends do.
Is he ribbing you?
Yeah, that's what we do. you know?
Okay.
Yeah. Like I told
And
you,
then,
George, when you said you want to be a YouTuber, well, me and Gary are retarded, so if we did, man, you know.
Well, we got Ryan is that 50 euros? 50
euros.
50 euros.
Wait a
Congrats,
minute.
George.
Jake Uger's talking about the Star Wars direction now. Is
Ooh.
what the hell is going on?
Listen. Something weird, and this is to every content creator out there. Something weird is going on with Disney Star Wars fandom, and I think
it's turning.
What happens when something is on the brink of death? It becomes desperate,
Right.
and the desperation is setting in for the Disney.
Kind of
Star
like the
Wars
final
fans. This is bad. Like it's everywhere now. So
Robert, you said it best. I stole it from my video. Sorry.
Please.
When you were saying like it's got to stop. They got to stop. They have to stop. They need to stop making Disney Star Wars if they want to have any hope of this brand being worth anything in the future. They need to stop now. They just there's nothing they can do. And what you said in your video or in your live stream was, and you were right, was it was of its time. It's had its time. It's run its course.
Well, I think that's true of a lot of our franchises. I mean, I love James Bond, but James Bond is a Cold Warrior. He came out of at the end of World War II. Star Wars, people forget it was a product of the 70s, and George Lucas was looking back to Flash Gordon. But here's the thing that frustrates me the most. Dave Filoni's work is only about Star Wars. It's so incestuous, whereas Lucas was looking to the samurai. He was looking to Joseph Campbell's
Hidden Fortress.
And Hidden Fortress. He was looking to other things to inspire him to make Star Wars. Now only these creators are only looking at Star Wars.
I'll descend from that. Can I just very quickly, because Dave Filoni obviously was hired by Lucas himself, and in interviews, Dave Filoni will say, and you can find him being interviewed alongside George Lucas, where they're both talking about these other older influences. The difference is George Lucas would look at older media and other cultures to say, well, how can I blend this into the grander Star Wars galaxy? Dave Filoni's big problem is that Dave Filoni will look at a samurai film and say, fuck it, let's call this character a Ronin. Let's actually make her a samurai in Star Wars. There's a huge difference between samurai inspiration and just samurai in space.
Okay,
and that's the difference between Filoni and Lucas. One of them is innovative and one of them is derivative.
Well, that's kind of for the whole woke narrative in general about how it works.
Let's hold on one second because we have someone super chat. Let's read that real quick and then we'll get right back to this. So we got Ryan with 50 euros. Congrats, George. Listen, did any of you see Chen Igor's idiotic take on the new Star Wars director? It's so offensive to true fans that I wish one of you would debate him live and said, I'm sure I would love to debate that guy. He's a moron. So we're going to go back. I want to ask a question. Gary made a comment that and Robert was picking it up. Thank you, Ryan, by the way, for that super chat. Hey, that's the first one that I've ever read. And it feels great. Robert and Gary, y'all were saying that Star Wars had its time, but you don't think if it had the writing talent behind it to make great characters and a great story, or to continue Luke's journey, like we all wanted to see how Luke would be after Return of the Jedi. You don't think that could have continued?
I personally think it could. I think it could, but I'll let them go. I'll let them answer.
Before you guys get into that, I do have to bounce.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry,
Thank
George.
you, Ryan.
This is awesome. Congrats, buddy. Great
Thank
stream,
you
great
so much.
turnout. Good to see and talk to everybody on the panel. I got to get ready. I got to stream in about an hour or so on my channel for my normal stream. So I'll
Thank
see
you so
some of
much for
guys
coming.
there, and
Take
appreciate
care,
it.
man.
Thanks,
All right,
Ryan.
guys, later.
Ryan,
Bye.
Ryan.
Jeremy, you
go
also
fuck
have to
yourself.
go, right?
Go fuck yourself, Ryan. All right, go ahead.
Will do.
I want to continue the Star Wars discussion first because I'm getting back in it, baby.
All right, does
I'm
anyone else
getting
need to
back
go
in
in the
it,
next
Star
5?
Wars, and then I'll leave as soon as that's done.
Okay, does anyone else need to pop out? Andre, you need to pop out?
Yeah, I do. I need to pop out. I can pop in later, but I need to pop out right now. So,
All right,
well,
well,
hey, thanks for.
Hey,
for
good
having
to
me.
see you. Good to see you, Andre.
Yeah, likewise. For all the guys I don't see too often, it was great to see you, to be on stream with you much more often.
Yeah, man.
Gary will speak, and I'll let you know. May
Thanks,
not help,
man.
but I'll let you know how I was able to pull that off because that took some planning. But
Thank you for coming, Andre.
yeah, thank
Cheers,
you,
Andre.
George, and awesome stream so far, and might check back in later. So
All right.
take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Take care, man.
I got to bail out too. Sorry, I got show
thank
prep
you.
to do.
Well, thank you
Love
for
you,
coming,
George.
brother. Love you. Thank you for coming.
Gary?
Great
Fuck off,
talking
Gary.
to all you guys. Go get him, Jeremy, with the Star Wars stuff.
Let's go.
I'll see you later tonight. We got Luke Caverns on Forbidden Frontier.
Cool.
It's a little he discovers he goes down to the jungle in South America and he's using some of that lidar, Robert.
LiDAR,
and
yeah.
They're finding a bunch of like lost cities.
Yeah.
Really?
And when all of that comes out, it's going to change. It's just like, look, if I could just quickly, the James Webb Space Telescope is changing our entire idea of what cosmology is. One telescope that was able to look farther than anything we've ever built has in a year changed the entire underpinnings of what we understood about the universe. The same is going to be true when we use this kind of technology to look at our own planet. We just haven't taken the time, and when we do, when we open our minds and use our new technology, we're going to find out a lot more interesting things about our planet and ourselves. So.
Well,
And we've got to bring someone else in who's
a quick tease. The part of the jungle that Dan Vasquez isn't burning down in Brazil, because that's what they do
just
down
my
there. Is burn
backyard.
down rainforest. It wasn't always there.
Right.
There was giant
That's right.
cities, and a lot of the rainforest was planted by man. It was
Yes.
a garden. So it's crazy. Oh, Chris is here. I got to
Wait.
I'm already gonna see you.
got-
You're not inviting me to your fucking show.
I invited you.
Right, Gore. Love everybody else. Bye, George. Thank you.
Thank you.
But George, can I add just quick? Now that Chris is here, he can answer this too.
Chris is like, what did I do?
I just want to point out that there were great stories told, and now the Legends or Expanded Universe stuff when Timothy Zahn wrote the Zahn trilogy, the Thrawn trilogy, and then Dark Horse Comics published the Dark Empire series that dealt with Luke's life after Return of the Jedi. These were great tales. And a lot of what we got in the novels written by writers who were big fans of Star Wars that took time to plot this stuff out for a decade before the prequels, we did get great Star Wars tales that were really well thought out and delved into what would Luke's life be like along with Han and Leia. They had twins, and there was all kinds of interesting stuff that went on. No one looked at that. They don't look at none of these licensed properties that have deep novelizations original novels. Star Trek has hundreds and hundreds. Star Wars does as
So
well.
it could continue. That's what I was asking Gary earlier, because y'all were talking about how it had its time, but do you really think it only had its time because of the people that have been?
I don't think so. Like, I do have to leave here soon, but just Disney Star Wars is like my fucking drug. It just keeps pulling me back in to bitch about it. It's just amazing. But look at The Force Awakens, and it was fool's gold. We all know that. But at the time, it made $2 billion, and it showed you pulling those two generations of Star Wars fans together, the prequel generation, the OT generation, and then this potentially new generation. And even after that, we got to The Last Jedi, and that kind of pushed so many people away. But then you still had the moments of The Mandalorian, and all of a sudden there's this excitement again from the fandom. People want to love Star Wars.
They do.
They want to love Star Wars. They want to be invested in Star Wars, and they keep pushing those people away and disrespecting them over and over again. But at the core of it all, if you do Star Wars the right way, people still want to be invested in it. It's the thing that has stood the test of time over everything. I mean, I grew up more of a G.I. Joe fan than a Star Wars fan, although I was a Star Wars fan when I was younger. It's just I was more into G.I. Joe, but I'm so drawn to Star Wars it stands the test of time. And it's still relevant enough for people to have passion for it, even if they hate what's going on, and they've hated it for a long time. Look at Ghostbusters. Everybody loves the first Ghostbusters, and I love the second Ghostbusters too. Ghostbusters 2016 came out. It didn't even get a chance to fool people. They were like, fuck it, we ain't even seeing it to try to fool us. And then Ghostbusters was the Afterlife. Is that the one that came out a few years ago?
Yeah.
Yep. Ghostbusters Afterlife, I think people kind of enjoyed it. To me, it was like soggy McDonald's fries. Still good. They're still soggy and they're still McDonald's fries, but they're not that great. That's what Ghostbusters Afterlife was for a lot of people. And no one really cared though. But Ghostbusters has that following, but it didn't stand the test of time with people. Star Wars has. So I think it can, but not under Disney.
Yeah, and that's why it takes so much of a Herculean effort to ruin those franchises, because Jeremy is like that Ripper hater. Ripper, I want to like you.
Yes,
it's like
yes,
Star Wars. We want to like you.
Yes,
we want to help you make great Star Wars, and we are willing to go. At least we were on episode 7. Even though on episode 7, even though it was fool's gold, I think I heard Chris Gore saying that too. I was out. I was out on episode 7 already. I didn't like the way they treated Han Solo.
Mm-hmm.
And I was already, I never watched the following 2. I never watched episode 8 and 9 because I was out already. What I mean is, like, we want to help those franchises. We want to like them. We want to love it. It's not like we're reveling and we're happy. Hey, Luke drinks from alien tits. It's not like we're happy about that.
Yeah,
you know, we want to love those franchises. We want them to continue, but yeah, they don't help.
Well, as Chris Gore, I know he just tweeted it and he responded, but Roberto Blake's tweet it says it all. It says
fire.
it all.
That tweet is fire.
It says it all, and I'm going to do a full breakdown on that tweet. But I do have to bounce right now. But
hey, Roberto Blake is into Coach of War now.
Apparently, just like video games showed up last year, Dan. You know.
Yeah. Nice.
But I was on Kara's stream yesterday, Kara Lynn's stream, seeing how she's come together and met so many people, and now here with George, who just was in our chats on Friday Night Tights and now has turned this channel into something special. I'm honored to be on this panel with all these amazing people, except for Az.
I knew he was gonna. I knew you were gonna say that.
But it is cool. Like, seriously, like, Robert, I love you, bro, and I always bring up Robert because we clearly disagree on politics. And it doesn't matter because we're still nerds, and that's all that really matters.
Well, I think one of the great examples of how people can get along is when you invited me on your channel, and we had a delightful conversation.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And many of our followers were like, "There's no way they're going to have a good conversation," and we didn't argue at all. We spent the time talking about all the shit we love.
Yeah, I mean,
because we all love the same stuff. You don't have to have the same politics to be able to talk. That's what everybody else has forgotten in the world.
Exactly.
It was great having you here. Thank you so much,
but it was good. Shockingly, I'm going to retract that. It should have been Dan Vask I took the shot at. I didn't realize.
But I was kind of impressed that it was Az. I was kind of impressed.
He corrected it.
Yeah, and Little Platoon, thank you for talking and making me feel even dumber than my audience already makes me feel. You just sound so much smarter than me. And but yeah, I appreciate you guys. Love you, George. Congratulations, brother. You deserve it. You're an inspiration, and everybody in the chat. Look to this guy if you want to make something on YouTube. He did it. You can do it. We can all do it. So have a good day, everybody. Bye, everyone.
Day.
Bye.
Now thank you so much, Jeremy. Now let's
say hello to Az.
Yeah, we got to say hello to Az.
Hello.
Hello.
You look so good. You look so good.
He looks awesome. He's an inspiration. I told you, right? As I was saying earlier on the stream, after he started doing it, about a few months later, I started carnivore for me and started working out. But he's amazing.
Awesome,
of course, yeah, except of course Gary says he still hasn't given up on men, but I'm not going down that path. That's his.
Why should you have to?
I've already I heard that you're talking about trans tits, so I came in.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. You heard that word.
Yeah. But it happened to me more than once that I'm like, don't really feel like working out today. And then I open Instagram and there's this sweaty, ugly dude looking
But you
at
know,
me.
it's inspiring, Dan, because I've had that. You go, I don't want to work out today. Then
I'm talking about ass, by the
posted.
way. Chris Gore seemed confused. The sweaty, ugly dude was ass.
Thank you.
And he's looking at the camera and it's like, I
What a
can hear his
compliment.
voice like with his British accent. You little bitch.
Yeah.
and then I go work out.
Dan,
It's
can
crazy.
you
So
tell
thank
me,
you, ass.
Can you tell me how the fuck to use these properly? Because I am so fucking confused with the grip thing. I really am, but I don't know.
You don't use that. It's gay.
You just called me a fucking ugly, sweaty man.
What are you talking about?
Isn't
No,
that
the
what I'm
grip
meant to do?
things. The grip things are only if you're like training for 2 or 3 repetitions.
Okay.
If you're training for hypertrophy from
Yeah.
10 to 12 repetitions, just let your hands get calloused, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. But those are from
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah,
But
that's not the way that you want to get calluses out.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But do you?
No, yeah, well, I
Do your
remember
presses.
presses.
Lift the bar. Your hands will get accustomed to have iron instead of flesh in on their grip. So
Great.
Hey, I can't help it if
I
I've got
should
a
stop talking.
fleshy rod of iron, mate.
Chris, it's great to see you also. Let's also welcome Chris. What you're going to be doing, you're going to be covering the Golden Globes tonight, right?
My introduction was Dan Vask.
I know, but we're friends. We're closer. I've known you longer. Chris and I, we're friends too. I'm like, it's as Chris. So we're taking it easy here. No, but Chris, y'all are covering the Golden Globes tonight, right?
Yeah, we're doing a Golden Globes watch party, which I don't know. It's just the state of the awards industrial complex is kind of flawed, but we're just going to goof on it and have a lot of fun. But I will say this.
You're coming through on the wrong microphone, Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, am I really? Oh, shoot. Thanks for letting me know.
Because I'm curious. I read this morning that, of course, Hollywood not wanting to be out of touch with its customers, they're getting $500,000 gift bags at the Golden Globes. I was like, unbelievable. Yeah, they're each celebrity.
Just a sec here.
It's amazing.
Nothing says you're in touch with a common person than a $500,000 gift bag.
Oh, and the stuff in it is hilarious. We're talking about these eco warriors, right? And one of them is like a $50,000 trip. You take your private jet to get to a gas guzzling yacht so you can go through Indonesia.
I liked it. How long was it? 2 years ago? 3 years ago? They displaced all the homeless.
No, that was at the Academy Awards.
Yes, at the Oscars.
That was at the Oscars. They had it at Union Station. They took all the homeless people and just moved them out. And then they gave this excuse-riddled speech filled with like, well, when we do this, we have our masks off. And like they were explaining like what the dumb rules of COVID compliance was on a film set. And it didn't translate at all. It just looked like a bunch of elitist a-holes giving each other awards. I expected to be the same, but in prep for the show, I've got all these clips of Ricky Gervais from previous Golden Globes that we're just going to play throughout the show just to remind people of like, this is what, because when Gervais put out this tweet, he was saying, hey, to Dave Chappelle, we should host the awards because they had the #1 and #2 comedy special on Netflix, which makes so much sense if they really want to get the people to come back and watch the awards or even care. One, they have to nominate movies people have actually seen. And I think this year they've done a better job. I mean, Barbie's among the nominees, but also they've just got to have a sense of humor about themselves. That's the point of the awards. In a way, it's part a roast, right? Like
I thought it was to give political speeches.
Exactly. So I'll be doing the watch party. I think we start at like 4:30, something like that. Come on by. But I just want to say, because I get invited to go on a lot of streams and I see, well, it's somebody's birthday. Somebody reached 10,000 subs. And I turn into the meme of Ben Affleck smoking outside that door. I'm like,
so Chris, in just over 2 weeks' time, when I invite you to my birthday stream,
hopefully I'm free. But all I'm just saying that I get invited to a lot of like so often that I'm like, but when George invited me, George has been such a supporter. Seeing George also go from you way surpassed Film Threat. You got to 100,000 way quicker. The production values of your video essays are exceptional. And I was excited. And I will also go on Az's birthday stream when he has his birthday, which I don't know when that is, but
is he going to be having cake?
With enough advance notice, I might be there.
I'm
Az
not.
didn't tell
what
me
the hell?
anything about that stream, by the way.
I'll be having a protein cake.
Whoa, yeah. I don't. Okay, I'm not touching that one.
Like a meat cake?
Yeah, Dan went there.
That's like a great straight line there for a joke. But
What else is there to actually take the piss out of me for? Everything's been done. I had an LGBTQIA X plus B minus 4 on Twitter just called me a baguette.
What?
Like, wait a minute, that's a bit homophobic, and they immediately deleted their fucking tweet because they're just.
Oh, that's that's beautiful. You use their own rules against them. I think my favorite was your Starfield rant. I'd used that clip of you in one of my videos, but watching the reaction on social media to you, and I even had some comments like, "Why did you put this man in the video?" Why? Were you one of those people?
No, because
he's
going to trigger PTSD.
No, it was great.
No, it's great.
No,
because it was my fault. The whole Starfield thing.
Dan DM'd me. He went, "Hey, dude, can I take that rant that you did on your stream today and put it on social media? Might get a little bit of heat.
Might bring you a little heat.
Fuck it. Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. Yeah, he just sent me a line. Go ahead, brother. And then I did. Because I was already getting heat for it. But nobody cared.
Well, because you're Dan Vass. They're like, he's cool, he doesn't care. But the thing is the people, the hatred that they had against you, it's like you thought like you stole their kids.
I haven't seen anything like it.
I defiled their sacred cow. That's what I did. I defiled the sacred cow, the ideology which must not be mocked. Even though, these are the loving, caring, open, tolerant, all tolerant, all this kind of people. And they're not. They're totalitarian fucking weirdos. And 99% of them don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just following the crowd because they have no lives. They have no direction. They have nothing. They just mimic what people say. They don't understand the argument. That's why they're so easily fucking taken the piss out of. And today, I just put a little picture up, little old me in my hoodie on Twitter. No, little old me, just with a hoodie, and just put, this is the guy that made all the people mad. By all the fragile people mad, and today they've been going nuts again. Show me how much it doesn't matter, please. Keep showing me how much the thing which you say doesn't matter matters to you.
Like 5% of them probably finished Starfield. You got way more attention than that game did.
Zero.
Because it's impossible to finish. It's a buggy mess. The more you play the game, the more terrible the experience gets. And now that people are accumulating hours of gameplay, now it shows on the reviews on Steam. And it was fucking awesome to see that. The first time I saw that, I thought of Az immediately. I was like, yes!
Az has that
vindicated.
He does, of course.
He's
but what?
Vindicated. But yeah, it's actually a terrible game. It's a buggy mess.
Here's a question, though. Will games now continue to follow the same path as Hollywood? I mean,
absolutely, I think so. And it's been for a while because...
No, but are they going to learn? Are they going to learn from what happened recently, Az?
No.
At all?
No, because you've got a company called Sweet Baby Inc., which has got a protected Twitter account now. Because all their job is to do in Western gaming companies is go in there and current day it is to far left ideologically change games. That's why you had all the crap in Spider-Man 2. That's why you had all the crap in Alan Wake 2. That's
it's a
why
consultation company, right? It's a consultation company that works in the story of the game.
They work in a story in the characters. Essentially, they'll do whatever you want to do, and by whatever you want to do, they'll tell you what should be done to boost your ESG score, whatever it may be. And once a couple of videos, there was somebody that put a video out about them, and I did a video about Alan Wake 2, and then once those videos came out, they immediately protected their Twitter account. They were, I think, quite prevalent in the Game Awards, and they're going to be working on a couple of another big titles coming out from, surprise, surprise, Western game companies. So yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. is simply there to far left ideologue your game, ESG, DEI, whatever that you want to call it now. That's all they're there to do.
It was a bit of basically going to when you had Anita Sarkeesian finally shutting down Feminist Frequency, and yes, it was funny to laugh at that because Anita Sarkeesian is funny to laugh at. But then you look at the reason why that no longer had any traction. It's not because the argument was defeated or that her place, she no longer has a place in gaming. It's that most games companies probably now have an in-house department which mimics everything that you were likely to read on Feminist Frequency. So there's no need for the outlet anymore because she's not actually reacting to an industry. She's inside. Her ideological bedfellows are inside the industry already. So there's no point having somebody outside is starting to say, yo, isn't it terrible how they misrepresent women? Because all the game devs think the same thing.
But here's the thing, though, is after Hollywood has broken trust with the people, the same way the gaming industry, let's say in 2 years, 3 years down the line, they wake up, they get tired of being dragged, they get tired of losing money. When they want to return, what is it going to take to get the audience or the gamer back? Or does the gamer not care? As long as it's a good game, they're like, I don't care. Okay, I heard this was a good game. I'm going to go back.
I personally think that the gaming industry is a little bit behind Hollywood in a sense that the gaming industry is still has a lot of people behind and still has a lot of fans because they've been doing a good job in adapting to the current generation. And gaming is all about like escapism. You can play it in your house, and it's not like you have to go out to see a movie. You can see movies at your house too, but the whole experience of the video game compared to the experience of going watch a movie in the theater, there's no comparison. There's not something, since the arcades, there's not something you go out to do in terms of gaming. So gaming has always been like, there's that stereotype of the sort of the shy guy who isn't good with women and isn't good at sports, and his escape is video games. And who are those guys now, those quote-unquote losers nowadays? It's pretty much the woke folk. Those are the people who want to have something special, who can get friends easily, who can get something special in their lives easily, like being good at something. There's that meme on the internet that if you have nothing going on in your life in terms of personality or of achievements, then you're looking at the pronouns they, them, and you go like, So that's that sort of stereotype.
You gave a good breakdown of what's going on. So gaming, I can see that it sounds like they're more forgiving. They're more.
No, I think gaming is more well adapted to the experience of the woke loser.
Okay.
Than movies. That's my theory. And also, it's been a hobby that's been redirected nowadays to Gen Z and women. So
I also think with gaming as well, it's disguised more, Dan. It's disguised more. They're putting little bits here and there, but then they're keeping the core going to kind of keep the gamer thinking like, hey up, we're back on this again, and it's going to become more and more prevalent. I guarantee you, it's going to become much more prevalent as time goes on in the next few years. But you are right. I think they are slightly behind with gaming. They're not quite where Hollywood is. But this is the next infiltration. This is the next infection of the virus.
Right.
Before we go on.
Oh, sorry, after you.
1 second, Little Platoon, before we go on, because we have Critical Drinker who knows everything about Hollywood. Let's bring him in so he can add to this conversation.
That's a blatant lie, my friend.
No, you have great insight into Hollywood.
George,
one does try. One does try.
After Platoon goes, I had something to say too. I want to mention about this.
Oh no, I was just going to say, I think it'll be harder for it to take root in gaming. Gaming is not it's harder to monopolize gaming. The problem with Hollywood is you have a huge studio, well, a small but big studio system. there's effectively Hollywood has as a monopoly on the industry. Once you've infiltrated one, there's only a few others you can sort of go to. In gaming, you have a richer independent sector. It's easier to make an independent game than it is to make a really successful independent film. You have subsidiary studios. I work for one. Underneath the big studios, you have studios in other countries which do some of the greatest work. You know, some of the biggest and most popular games do not come from Western game studios at all. They are typically shielded. Anything that comes from, say, FromSoft on Nintendo, or anywhere that's based out of Japan or East Asia. So there's more competition. It'll be harder for it to reach, I think, the same heights. You might see Western game studios go very much the way that Hollywood goes, but you'll always have alternatives.
AAA Western gaming studios.
Yeah.
I wanted to
That's a great point.
I want to follow up exactly. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I was just going to say, I assume we're discussing the infiltration of like contemporary politics into video games.
Yes. Well, what Platoon just said, I don't know if you have been following this new controversy about animation, but some of the Japanese anime studios are pushing back against when American
the localizers.
They're translating when they're localizing, and they've been trying to put in ideological dubbing of Japanese animation, and the Japanese are pushing back against this.
Good.
And what Platoon was saying as well, the creators like Kojima and the foreign studios are not going to allow this to happen, because and if you look at what's happened to the American comic industry, manga is trouncing American comics because the infiltration, as I've always said, it's the bastardization of storytelling. You know, the like I said, Drinker, about being authentic. You have to tell great stories with great characters, and you can never put your ideology before those characters or stories, because you will ruin them.
Exactly.
And that's what's going on. And in Europe and in Asia, this is not happening, not nearly as much. It's beginning to infiltrate, but I don't think it will succeed simply because of what's actually happening culturally in both Asia and Europe.
I think so. And like, I think with countries like Japan, like that kind of ideology isn't tolerated there. So it doesn't have that cultural foothold that it has over here. They just simply won't tolerate it from beginning to end, which is great. And like, I think that's where a lot of the potential then lies in, say, video game adaptations or adaptations of manga over here. We saw it with One Piece, where the original author of the manga retained creative control over it, and that's why he was able to overrule a lot of the decisions that Netflix writers tried to make. The stuff that they tried to work in, there's apparently quite a lot of occasions where he just put his foot down and said, no, you're not putting this crap into my story. And what did you end up with? A show that was pretty much beloved by everyone. And was pretty successful. Sorry, I didn't want to derail it away from video games, but I was just using that as a little example there.
Let me ask you guys a question based on what Drinker just said and what you guys been discussing. Hollywood, they have pretty much the monopoly on video entertainment nowadays. YouTube's starting to pop up. There's people who only watch YouTube. They don't watch movies anymore. They only watch live streams and that sort of stuff. So something's beginning to change. Do you guys believe the indie sphere on movies, on movie media, will ever get to a place where the video game indie industry is right now?
I mean, it has happened. I mean, Rob, you know a lot about production. Like, there are independent companies that make movies and then sell them to distributors to get access to the platforms, right? Like,
sure.
For example, Talk to Me, which was an Australian independently produced film, played at Sundance, and then went on to be, distributed by A24. I can see that happening. Games are expensive to produce. I think that would be difficult. Indie movies are probably less expensive. I mean,
depends on the game, really.
Well,
there are games that made like tens of millions of dollars that were produced by one guy. I'm thinking of the Farm Simulator.
Farmville.
No, it's
Farmville.
not Farmville.
There's a few.
Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley was made by one guy, and the guy's a multi-millionaire. It depends on the game. The indie sphere has that space for like pixel art stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Drinker.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the level of complexity of modern games makes it increasingly difficult to do this as like an indie project. Like, I guess if you go back 20, 30 years, it was still the days when a guy working in his bedroom could code a game by himself, essentially single-handed, and produce something pretty good that was able to compete with with some of the best that was out there at the time, because the technology just wasn't there to produce much better stuff. Now we're at the point where games have got the budgets of movies, essentially the AAA ones.
Yeah.
And they're at that level. They hire professional actors to mocap all the scenes and do the voice recordings and so on. It's like movies. And so the gap, I suppose, opens up a lot more, and it's harder to bridge that gap. I think movies have caught on, or they've caught up to some extent with indie projects. If you've got access now to relatively cheap camera equipment, it can still look amazing. Relatively cheap editing software, visual effects, and so on. It can be done on a really small budget. With games, I think it's a bit more difficult. It's more of a challenge.
I would agree. And some of the popular games too, like there's like an Alex Jones game on Steam, and some of the games that are just more radical, just from a content standpoint, I don't think you'll get access through traditional means to be able to purchase it. Part of it is just being on a platform where everyone can see it or buy it, right? For indie game or movie.
So that's probably the biggest.
Steam.
What's that?
Yeah, there was.
Is it on Steam? The Alex Jones game?
I believe so. I saw it on. Yeah. I saw a few clips of it on Twitter.
That's kind of impressive.
But you're not going to get it in the PlayStation store or the Xbox store.
No,
I know, but
Alex Jones
Steam,
comes
so
with
that's
his whole,
impressive.
the whole set of Alex Jones. There's a lot to unpack with that.
No, but that is kind of the whole problem with the industry as a whole. Is there is a gatekeeping going on right now, because we have not had a new crop of indie voices come in other than these woke people, right? Like that's all we're getting inundated with, the Obaid Chinoys and the what's her face, that Deborah Chow and all those kind of people who have never had anything to do with any of these sci-fi or games or any of these kind of properties before, but they're just putting their stank all over it because.
But they still have to deliver. At the end of the day, they have to.
Though, that's the problem, Robert. They haven't been. In fact, you have one of the worst years in history right now because of this crap. Phoebe Waller-Bridge and some of the others.
Right. Well, yeah, but
Christina Hodson she's been failing upwards. She's now part of the James Gunn's DCEU. What she had, she's had The Flash, which was an absolute disaster. She had, was it not the Marvels, but she was another absolute disaster. Christina Hodson.
Oh,
the only thing she's done of any worth, which I thought was only half decent, was pretty decent, was Bumblebee. But yeah, she's had some absolute stankers, and James Gunn's picked her handpicked or whatever to be part of the team. Like, how? You've lost hundreds of millions of dollars with your writing.
But this industry is not set up to get a new Quentin Tarantino, a new Robert Rodriguez, any of those people.
We need them. That's the thing. But before we go on, Mahler just came in.
Hello.
I think I've heard of you, Mahler. It's nice to be able to stream with you at last month.
Yet another stream I can be a part.
Thank you, Mahler. Thank you, Drinker, for comment. That it means the world to me. After 2 years, I mean, when you brought me on your show a few months ago, that was like a dream come true. So thank you, Drinker.
Oh, Tom, I just back then will make your dreams come true twice.
But what I want to ask is because as just
hold on, George, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yeah. Christina Hodson did Batgirl, which was dumped. She did Birds of Prey, which lost money.
You wait a second there, ass.
Those are fighting words now.
I wanted to respond to what Tom said about Tarantino and Rodriguez. I'd say Spike Lee, Soderbergh. All of these people were self-made. They began making Christopher Nolan with following.
Absolutely. His first film. Have you seen
all of these people? They.
But the Nolan gun crew are the last real crew to come in that were their own voices and didn't make it because on the merit of their color of their skin or who they want to follow. That's the difference.
But the thing is, we don't have people like the guys who made Talk to Me. They cut their teeth making YouTube videos, TikTok videos. They learned their craft and they made Talk to Me, which was picked up by A24, which is exactly the way that all these voices first broke. They made their own films. They made their way to festivals like Spike Lee, which She's Gotta Have It, which I thought was an extraordinary film when I first saw it back in the 80s. We do not have people learning their craft and wanting to make films anymore.
So what are they there for?
Still really hard. There's a lot of people making movies.
Right. But you made a good point. Why are they there then? If they're not there to further the craft, to make film.
If I could add a question into this. At what point did the conditions within Hollywood change? Like, at what point did the model change where the Tarantinos and so on were no longer able to?
About 2004, 5 ish, somewhere a little around there. Because, like I said, the last crop we got, because this has been a normal thing ever since Hollywood switched from the moguls and they started dying out and selling off, and you had basically the easy rider generation, which, you know, we brought in like your De Palmas and your Scorseses and your Francis Ford Coppola, and then you had George Lucas and Steven Spielberg and all that kind of stuff down the line. And every so often, every so many years, you'd get a new crop. Down the road, about 10 years later, we got David Lynch and Cronenberg and so on.
Yeah.
And then that filled out the 80s, the early part. Then, like you said, Spike Lee came in the latter part, Robert. So like every 5 to so years, we would get a new crop. And then about 94 is when Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez were the new thing. And those guys were hitting it big. And then it just kind of started tapering off after there. It was like, unless you were a certain color or a certain, you know, then you couldn't get through that door anymore.
One other thing that's really changed, and Chris can speak to this, is that the film festival market, where a lot of these people first found footing, has completely changed. And film festivals are no longer independent. You go to Sundance, all of those movies now are brokered into the festival. They all have very powerful people behind them. And there's very few people that are truly independent mavericks that get their work seen. Because there's a lot of money involved with film festivals. Now the film festivals are completely proliferated, but everybody wants the same thing. They want names. So what used to be the independent film scene, you know, yeah, when Sex, Lies, and Videotape came out, you had a James Spader and you had an Andy McDowell, but for the most part, James Spader had done a lot of teen films and stuff, but he wasn't some big star. And so you could go to a Sex, Lies, and Videotape at a film festival and be knocked out by it, because it wasn't brought to you by a studio. And now we don't have that anymore. Everything is all about money. Everything is all about names. So the independent film scene has basically no longer, it's left independent behind.
Yeah, but where is your next where is your next Cassavetes or Tarantino?
I'll tell you where they are. Something very interesting that I would like to point out. Tom mentioned mid 2000s ish, right?
Yeah.
That was the same time where YouTube started to arrive.
Yes.
And the internet started to go more popular. So imagine the PewDiePies and the Mr. Beasts of the world if they were born in the 60s.
Netflix also, don't forget that.
Yeah.
Oh God, I remember. Get the DVD.
Those would have been the fantastic directors that we would be talking about here today. But no, they were born in a period where one door was starting to close and another was starting to open. So I truly believe some of those geniuses are right now on YouTube.
I totally agree with that, but they would never have made films though.
But yeah, I think there's a big difference between being a YouTube celebrity and being like a film director and being a genuine, like, you know, artist or whatever.
Artur, yeah.
But I also think I don't know that there's been a transition. There've been many movies that come out that have had YouTube stars in them. They have not performed outside of YouTube, right? They just don't. There were a couple cameos and Five Nights at Freddy's, but other than that, really no impact. But Sundance is just not the film festival circuit. What it was in the 90s was a discovery. It was these festivals.
Yeah, it's like a proving ground, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. You discovered, people like, Kevin Smith, so many others were discovered at film festivals, and people don't realize Reservoir Dogs was actually developed through the Sundance Institute.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah, it was developed. The Institute was created to kind of get indie filmmakers to kind of stop what you're doing. We know you want to make your movie. Why don't you have some Hollywood consultants come in and give you some script feedback? That's really all it was for. And then what people don't know is they would get a kickback, a percentage. So the Sundance Institute would own a percentage of the movie if it got into production, got made. And then that turned into an ecosystem of those movies that were developed at the Institute, then went on to play the festival. Now, the Sundance Film Festival, in my opinion, is nowhere near as important as it used to be. In fact, I would say that for all independent film festivals, they're just not as important because you can bypass completely and just release your movie. You can find a distributor without that. You can even self-release your movie by using a tool called Film Hub. Go to filmhub.com. Filmhub.com, you can release your movie. It's an 80-20 split. They get 20% to be on the, to be able to release to the platform. And then your movie's on iTunes or everywhere.
That's nice.
If you want.
And the thing is, and that's great, and that's a great like opportunity for people to get their stuff out there. I guess the question is like, where's that pipeline to get those people from the indie circuit, like these talented young directors, writers, that sort of thing, to get recognized and then get up to like big budget A-list status? Because I feel like that used to be the model. Like they would go on that journey to then that's how you ended up with like talented directors who were working in the mainstream in Hollywood. But it feels like we're losing that.
Well, you've got to build an audience. I think building an audience helps. I didn't even bother to play the festival circuit with Attack of the Dock. It's just like, what's the point? The audience already wants this movie. The festival circuit isn't even the market for that movie. It's fans of G4 TV or fans of the old G4 TV. But the point is that to me, you want to make an indie film that gets attention. There's two ways to achieve some level of production value. That's location and cast. And cast is accessible to you because as much as like actors say stupid shit, they really have no ideas of their own. They're really just parroting things that they see or hear in the industry of these are the approved opinions I'm supposed to have. If you can have them curb that, if you go to sagindie.com, I mean, actors want to be working all the time. And for the most part, I mean, you look at the talent that Disney's attracting. I mean, it's no surprise they hired this documentary filmmaker.
Right. Again,
thin resume, no real experience that would lead you to believe. I mean, if you told me that Chris Nolan was going to make a Star Wars movie, I'd like, that's pretty good. That could be interesting. If you told me Michael Bay was going to make a Star Wars movie, makes sense. You tell me some obscure Oscar winning, whatever that means, it's political BS. All awards are political BS.
One about gender studies and the other about women, basically both about women. But here's the thing: did anyone hear? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take away from to some extent the work that she's done in documentary wise, because I know like she was working with some serious shit in Pakistan. Like when you're exposing like honor killings and stuff, like apparently she had like the Pakistani Taliban sending her death threats, and when those guys send you death threats, they're not idle threats. They mean it, and they'll find a way.
I think the Pakistani Taliban sends death threats to half the women in Pakistan. So just being a woman in Pakistan probably doesn't help.
I mean, like, I guess the point I'm making here is that she's not some soft like Californian who complains because someone got her Starbucks order wrong. Like she has a person who has done things which are probably quite consequential, but they don't relate to directing a $200-300 million Star Wars movie.
No,
that's the difference. It's like, okay, you don't transition from documentaries about Pakistani culture to directing a Star Wars film with nothing in between. There has to be some kind of process there, and there isn't one in this case.
Sort of goes back to the point about indie talent, doesn't it? Because we were talking about that there not being a pipeline for enough indie directors and filmmakers making it into the mainstream. I'm not sure that is the problem, because in the last just a couple of years, Greta Gerwig came up from indies to do Barbie. You had what's her name who came up from indies to do the Marvels. I think the problem is that a lot of indie filmmakers at the moment haven't yet caught on to what happens when they get into Hollywood. So they are brought up well before their time is probably due. And then they are brought up because they are so easy to control. And then they are given a script they had very little hand in writing in the case of the Marvels. And they're told, do what we tell you and change it if we tell you. And you don't know what the end's going to be. And because they're new and they're inexperienced and they think, well, this is my big break, of course they're pliant. And then they produce something which is absolute crap. It might just take a few more of those films before more indie directors and filmmakers start saying, you know what, I'm actually going to pass over this opportunity. Thank you, Disney. But it's really not worth sacrificing my career for whatever the next Marvel film happens to be.
Well, you're exactly right, because that's exactly what happens is instead, because it used to be back in those guys that we were just talking about, a lot of those guys, even Michael Bay is a great example, as horrible director as you may consider him. He worked his way up. He's a fantastic
director.
He worked his way up through music videos and commercials and other things like that to where he earned his way up there. Even Spielberg worked in television before he made movies.
Right.
I mean, everybody starts somewhere, but these guys are, as you guys are right, they're jumping from, Oscar-winning documentary film work to making Miss Marvel and then jumping into Star Wars like that.
Yeah, this is the issue I had, and I talked about this in my video, where it's like you can't just pick people like you can't just take a Chloe Zhao or Sharmina Obaid-Chinoy or whoever who have promise and who've done work that's been critically acclaimed and so on. I'd put them at the helm of a $200-300 million movie and expect them to do a good job. And it's nothing against them necessarily, but that gulf of work and organization that's required for something like that, you can't just throw someone into something like that and expect them to succeed. But it's like the machine of producing movies now within these big studios seems to be such a well-oiled machine. And I say that sparingly because what they produce is quite often garbage. But like the actual process of making the film, they've got it down to a T. The director that they bring in is just there as a figurehead. They're almost just filling a role, and like they're just watching all this stuff get made around them. Like
that's what I wanted to know.
To be fair,
are they a true figurehead? I mean, is that all they are? Drinker is a puppet.
In a lot of cases, yeah. Particularly if you bring someone into a Marvel movie, for example, that's what they are, because they know exactly how they're going to do their action scenes. They have got separate people that direct all of that. They've got their VFX people. The director is there to direct those scenes where you've got some characters sitting in a room on chairs talking to each other, like the kind of thing that anyone on this panel could direct. Like that's not an artist's vision for the entire movie. It's a director getting cast in a role.
But I would say that we're in a very different. First of all, the place that movies hold in our culture has changed drastically, even over the last 30 years, because of things like YouTube, because of things like TikTok and everything that's going on. But I think we're in a really interesting position, especially with indie cinema. Chris, Mahler, Mahler talks about it, but Drinker, Chris, and I, we're making movies. And I think we're at the same place the French critics were in the 50s that were writing for Cahiers du Cinema. And you're looking at people like Godard and Truffaut. They were film critics, and they were writing for a magazine that's still around, yes, very important magazine when you had like Andre Bazin defining what auteurism was. And these were the guys that were creating the auteur theory. But I'm very curious. Drinker's making a movie. Chris Stuckman is making a movie. You guys have a YouTube audience of 1 million people. And what I'm interested to see is what will be wrought by you guys. And people like, I mean, not that I'm not saying this from a political standpoint. When the Daily Wire picked up, what was it, Run, Hide, Fight? Yeah. You know, and they use their platform as a distribution method. They acquired a movie, put it out, and those movies were making money.
Now they're doing Snow White.
Right. And it's going to be really interesting to see how is YouTube. I mean, I think that we're all those people. We're the French critics that we're on YouTube. But if we're going to become filmmakers, we can use our platform to find our audience. And the real question is, where do you want to go? Do we want to become directors? I think the problem with Hollywood now is I wouldn't want to direct a $200 million movie because I wouldn't be allowed to direct it, as Drinker just pointed out. These directors are becoming like TV directors. The first AD runs the set, the showrunners have the vision, and what we're not able to do is become auteurs ourselves. And I think we're now moving into an interesting place where we could develop theoretically our own careers, leveraging our own audience. We can put our own movies into theaters using tools that exist. We did it with Tango Shalom, where we got our film with a distributor, but we got our film into theaters basically on our own and did our own marketing. And it's going to be interesting to see where I think there's a huge opportunity now to combine social media with indie cinema and really change things from the ground up in a way that no one's seen before.
I think what you could choose to do if you wish to see it this way is see, if you have a YouTube channel, see your subscriber base as it's almost like a mini streaming service. Because hypothetically, what you could do is say, like, I'm going to release a movie onto my channel and I'm going to make it only available to channel members and just set the bar at like 99 cents a month, like something really small, but they have to pay that small fee to be able to watch it. And then you've essentially got a streaming service in miniature form. But you can do that in a way that's commercially viable. So, yeah, it's something that could work. potentially.
But do you see an end to this? Like, will we have a return of having a Wells or Quentin Tarantino or a Coppola who's directing every
we're gonna
scene?
have
Because
to,
that's
because
not from anyone who's under 30. Did you see the article that was on Variety? I think it was today, with Jodie Foster complaining about Gen Z and how annoying they are and how they have no work ethic. Look,
I mean, she's not wrong.
She's not. She's not wrong.
But
we've seen that
what's
before.
interesting, what we've seen, I think, over the past 10 years is as revenue has gone up for movies, like, you know, it got to the point where like making $1 billion was just considered the norm for like a mainstream Hollywood movie. The cultural footprint has gone down. So it's almost like the more money these films have made, the less relevant they've become. And it's a strange paradox, but like that's the way I can only describe it. You take things like, we've used the example of Avatar: The Way of Water,
right,
or even the first Avatar, really, to some extent. You know, making like $2-3 billion per movie. Nobody talks about them though. Nobody knows
No
who any of
water
the characters
cooler.
are. You know, like you go to any random person on the street and say to them, like, who's Darth Vader, who's Luke Skywalker, they'll be able to tell you. You go to them and say, who's Jake Sully, who's Miles Quaritch, who's
that's as far as my knowledge goes for Avatar.
Yeah, like they're gonna be like, they're gonna look at you like you're having a stroke or something.
Right,
like,
you're right.
But it's like, how do movies make that much money and nobody knows anything about them?
Is it just the consumed product? Is that what it is? Just the consumed product? It's like it's just
There's
gone
an
to the
element
next
of it.
thing? Okay.
Like McDonald's makes trillions of dollars per year, or however much it is. Nobody remembers a visit to McDonald's when they had that Big Mac that was delicious. You know, it's just a thing you do if you're caught short and you need to grab a quick meal. That's it. Unless like the place got held up in a ransom hostage situation or something, you know, which can be great fun.
Yeah,
but you know, it doesn't have anything. Doesn't have
Avatar
anything to do with the
franchise will be
meal.
remembered.
But
I think that's funny, right? Like there's some level of memory for all the aspects that come along with Avatar in terms of production, meta, and now the most memorable thing will likely be discussing how it's not memorable. Like that's it's just the most thing that everyone gets out of it.
And it's not a James Cameron thing. Like we all
Right.
remember the Terminator movies. We all remember
Aliens.
Aliens. We all remember Titanic. Like he can make memorable movies that have a cultural impact. But that's a hallmark of, I guess, the current generation of filmmaking, where it makes loads of money, just no one cares about it that much.
On the topic of the
it's
future as
basically
well.
the McDonaldization of film. That's what I would call it for the longest time. It's the same thing, just pumping it out, and you forget it because it's nothing really memorable at the end of the day.
There was an article made like about The Rock saying like he's made however many billions of dollars at the cinema. Like his movies have raked in insane amounts of money, but he's never made a movie that was memorable in the slightest. And
Not just that, he's never actually made a hit movie. That's the other funny
Except
thing.
directed by Michael Bay.
Everybody considers him
Game
this
and
great big
Yeah.
movie star, but you know what's funny? Black Adam is his highest grossing film that he was not part of an ensemble cast.
I thought it was Fast. Oh, really?
That's what I'm saying. He's part of an ensemble cast in those.
Right.
If you don't count any of those movies where he's the main star, like Skyscraper, or I can't even remember half the names of the other ones. You know, like those movies, they only gross like $270 million.
I assume we all agree The Rock, the film, is better than The Rock, the actor.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
He is kind of the problem with Hollywood right now is they have no movie stars left. They have no real movie stars left, and they don't know how to make a movie that isn't built on an IP anymore. That's the other problem.
But where are the films like The Usual Suspects?
That's
I
what I'm
don't
saying.
know.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
They don't know how to make movie stars anymore, so they can't make movies like that. Like the thing I love to ask is people, what was the number one film in 1988? Most people will say Die Hard. Guess what? You're wrong. It was actually Rain Man, starring Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman, and also won Best Picture. They would never make Rain Man now. No chance whatsoever. If it got made, it would star two no-name nobodies and get stuck on Amazon or something like that. And nobody would ever hear about it.
Tom, to be fair, the studios are no longer in the business of that was when
That's the thing.
predominantly
They don't make movie stars anymore either.
But the thing is, the domestic market when Rain Man was made was what really mattered. What's happened now is film has become a global marketplace. So now they can only the studios are. You make a Rain Man, is that going to translate to
No,
the
and
Asian
you're
market?
right, Rob.
But
And that's why The Rock is such a big deal, because overseas,
But
he's a
we
bigger
just saw
deal than he is here.
Godzilla -1, and that wasn't a monster movie. That was
a movie about human beings that had a monster in it. Come on,
Right, but
it was very, very oriented towards Japanese culture, and yet it played well over here.
Yeah, but the U.S. studio would never make a movie like that, George.
But they're also the movie would. The thing is, the studio business has no longer. You'd make a Hunt for Red October for $30 million, and that could make $300 million. That was the business that they were in, because of the way business has changed. The studios, that doesn't make them any money. What they need to do is spend $200 million and make $1 billion or $1.5 billion. Well, and there's no longer a place in the American studio system where they can make, which is a $30 million movie. I mean, they look at horror. Smile is a movie that cost what, $18 million on a spend. It made $200 million. Very profitable movie. The studios aren't even that interested in, because it doesn't make them enough for their corporate minders.
Here's my question then for you, because a lot of this was predicated on particularly the superhero genre, because that was a reliable cash cow. You know, they were very productive and
which that bled into every other genre, exactly.
Which has been great, yeah. But they're expensive movies to make because they're all based on spectacle, special effects, all that sort of thing. Now, I think we can all agree that they're kind of dying out now, and so if that is no longer there, will you see? Not an end to this, but like a reduction of these crazily budgeted $200-300 million movies that just dominate the summer box office, and a bit of more of an open playing field?
I think we will.
So did superhero success, did the success of Marvel's poison the industry in many ways?
I think so. I believe so, because what you saw was you had this ripple effect through action films and everything else. Look at Mission Impossible is a great example. Like, what world should you just be spending $300 million on a Mission Impossible film? The only reason they're spending that much is because the Marvel movies are doing that. And it's the same thing with almost any other movie that's even remotely close to or like a superhero / IP driven thing. And that's what I was saying before, is if it's something IP driven, they'll throw $300 million at it. And like you said, expect it to bring home $1 billion. But that's not what's happening anymore. But the problem with Hollywood is they never want to spend less. They'll just find a way to make you pay for it. That's just it.
But that's
so I think
not the
now
way...
that they've gotten used to this budget, I don't know if they can go back, Rob.
Yeah,
I wonder.
No, we had 2023 had two great examples of movies, Barbie and Oppenheimer. Sorry, that's the new song.
Well, Oppenheimer is
Barbie.
Happy birthday, Rob.
Thank you.
It still costs $100 million almost. So
right,
yeah.
but $100 million isn't $200 million. And the thing about Oppenheimer is Christopher Nolan, if you look at two movies, the fact that when Warner Brothers said, hey, you want to make Dunkirk, go right ahead. We don't even know what that is, but we trust you. A uniquely British tale of World War II, even that made $500 million because you had a talented filmmaker.
Yeah, but how much did Tenet lose?
Well, but here's the thing. What I mean is that the studios have to diversify in terms of what they're doing. And what they've been locked into is every studio is going after these huge amounts of money. Now, Barbie, another movie that was basically stage bound. You shot that
IP
movie
driven.
But who would have ever thought a Barbie movie could have made that much money? It made that much money because you had two independent filmmakers doing something unique.
In fact, I got called crazy because I said I was going to make $1 billion.
But the thing about it is that's what they need more of. They need more independent filmmakers coming in and doing interesting things at the studio level, and not Nolan spent $100 million on Oppenheimer.
But you can do it with something or someone or a genre that's established, because Joker was made on a $50 million budget.
Yeah, that's another great example.
$1.1 billion.
And two more good examples are Joker, that was already brought up, and Godzilla -1, which is also made for $12 million.
$12 million, yeah.
Think about Joker, big IP. Why do you have to spend? They spent $65 million on Joker. Why do you have to spend a ton of money? Like I've said this about the Star Trek franchise. Anybody who can't make a great Star Trek movie for $75 million shouldn't be making Star Trek movies. And that's why the J.J. Abrams Kelvinverse movies, they didn't make any money because they cost way too much for what that IP is.
Why did Joker cost $65 million? It's literally just.
I think that's because they had multiple studios involved, so they had a bunch of money brought in and stuff.
Well, even the studios don't even know how to make movies cheap anymore.
No, they don't. That's what I was saying.
You know,
that's my point. Is they won't
Comey-
do it for cheap.
Right, but Takashi Yamazaki knows how to do it. He wished when he was reading, I watched an interview with him and they were translating. He said he wished he had gotten $15 million budget. He could
Well,
have
they pay people a lot. There's a lot less money in the Japanese industry.
Look at the Indian industry. I looked at Bahubali 1 and 2. That's brilliant. I love Rajamouli. From RRR to Bahubali, all his work. They don't have those kind of budgets.
They don't, but there's a reason for that, and I think Collider of all places had an article which was interesting because, of course, it was completely wrong because it was Collider, but nevertheless, it was interesting because they were talking about how Godzilla -1 was made on such a small budget, and they basically apportioned it down to the fact that Japanese labor laws keep wages in Japan suppressed because there isn't a proper actors union. Which is completely wrong because there is a proper actors union. There's also a proper filmmakers union. There are plenty of unions in Japan. The difference is that the unions have much less power in Japan, and there isn't seen to be this, like the mentality in Hollywood seems to be, if it's not worth 100 million or more, it's not worth doing. Whereas in Japan, it's very much, what can we make the best we can make it for the least amount of money we can spend.
Exactly.
It's not really to be judged in the same way as other film industries are. It's not really about film. It's about talent. It's about the marketability of stars, and it's about union power. And if you don't address those things, if you don't actually try and orient Hollywood back toward making films as opposed to finding jobs for well-heeled people, then it's never going to cost less than it now does.
Okay.
No,
that's
George,
100%
Little
correct, yeah.
Platoon. We got an outro, Little Platoon. Also, Brett Valiant's coming in, and Chris Gore has to leave. So let's handle that right now.
Okay. Thank you, Chris, for coming. Little Platoon. I mean, y'all are incredible. I love you guys. Thank you. I couldn't believe y'all were here. This has been a great stream. I mean, I'm excited about this. I wish you all have a wonderful week. Chris, I know you're going to be doing your Golden Globe show tonight.
I got to get ready for the Golden Globes watch party, but just wanted to say one last thing, kind of to bring home what everyone's been talking about. Is I think the problem is that Hollywood has lost sight of the zeitgeist. There are movies that, if you look at the schedule for next year, look at all the movies coming out, it looks like a weak lineup, but I'll tell you, one movie is going to pop that will be completely unexpected and make a lot of money. I don't think anyone could have predicted that Barbie and Oppenheimer performed as well as they did, and I think part of the problem is being in touch with mainstream moviegoers and ideas in the zeitgeist. I actually think ideas in Hollywood are being gatekept, and by that I mean ideas that could be radical. There are ideas only being represented from one side of the political aisle, and that's not how most people think. And the movies that are popular, when they pop, I mean, it was really for Star Wars, the original Star Wars, and I did listen, Robert, I heard your show when you were talking about Star Wars and the time in which it was made and other movies like that. I completely believe that, because at the time that Star Wars was made, America was going through a horribly depressing period in history, right? Like horribly depressing. Star Wars stood in contrast to that, right? You had dark films like Taxi Driver and among many others, and just out of Vietnam, you had Watergate. Like, the world was a dark place. Here comes this movie. It's like, I'm going to ignore everything dark happening in the world. I just want little boys and young boys and girls. He said this in quotes. You can find it. I just want them to have a fairy tale and a space opera where they can have fun. That was it. It stood in contrast. So the zeitgeist can either be tapped into things that people are feeling, and it can also be tapped as almost like in contrast. And I feel like Hollywood's lost it. Part of the reason for that is Hollywood used to champion blue collar workers. Blue collar workers were heroes in.
You mean they gave the customer what they wanted?
No. Like, Hollywood used to reflect what people loved.
Right.
Now it reflects what people hate.
Oh,
right. And I don't think that any of the wokeness that somehow seeped in, those ideas are not mainstream. They never have been. They don't surprise me. I've seen movies that are like that since I've been going to Sundance in the 90s and went for, almost 20 years consistently. I stopped going in 2018. I haven't been back since, but it's really out of touch. But I saw all the sort of wokeness that you see in mainstream stuff. I've seen that for years, going back to the 80s. You've seen that the whole time? I've seen those types of films.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is these are small movies that are limited market. Rob knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They play in New York and LA only. They come out on the independent film channel or some small cable, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. These are small movies that cater to a small market. Now they're trying to take those ideas from those small market movies and put them in mainstream films, not resonating. It's not resonating not only with American audiences, global audiences are definitely not down with it. So this great American export, which was the Hollywood movie, Hollywood can't make a movie like that. The best Hollywood movie I've seen in recent years was RRR, and it's a Telugu film. So seriously, so I had to get an RRR record.
No, I know, but what about Kantara? I mean, you have Indian filmmakers who are coming out who blow anything away we have today.
Well,
I mean,
they asked our SS Rajamouli, hey, do you want to make a Marvel movie? And he's like, no, I don't want to make one. I don't want
Chad right there.
No, he was like they wouldn't allow him to do it. I didn't mean to cut you off, Chris. They
No,
wouldn't
it's
allow
fine.
him
So that's my last thing I want to say. I know Valiant just joined. Hey, Valiant, always good to see you.
What's up,
So
Chris?
I'm going to take off, but really, Hollywood isn't tapped into the zeitgeist. They're just not. There are a lot of things that Americans are feeling right now. Financial insecurity. You've got a whole generation that's depressed. That's why I think Joker resonated. No one could have predicted Joker would do north of $1 billion, right? Highest grossing R-rated movie of all time. Why? Mental illness is an issue that in particular young people struggle with. There are things happening in the culture. Look to what's happening in the culture right now, and any filmmaker, artist who can tap into what most people are feeling in the world, even it obviously fictionalized in a way that's palatable, that will blow up. That will blow up, I believe.
I know you're leaving, but how do you think that this year was impacted by having Godzilla -1 and having Sound of Freedom, two films made for less than $15 million, which blew up?
And a movie that, it came out late in the year, and I know it's not everywhere yet, American Fiction with Jeffrey Wright.
Oh,
fantastic film, made for under $10 million.
Okay.
That movie also is a big middle finger to woke white liberals, effectively mocking them for trying to put black people in a box of like, oh, you have to make like a black novel. And he's like, no, I'm not a black novelist. I'm a novelist. That's sort of the main message of the character Monk, played by Jeffrey Wright, who I think is fantastic in the movie. But yeah, I think also a lot of these ideas are now bubbling mainstream. So I would look for this stuff to become more mainstream. Last thing I'll leave you with, on my Twitter feed, I reposted a tweet from a guy named Roberto Blake. Roberto Blake, if you don't know who he is, he's a guy that he's a big cheerleader for YouTube. If you want to find out how to, succeed on YouTube, he has a very simple channel. He's never controversial.
I used to watch his videos all the time.
He's great.
He does really helpful content for starting YouTubers.
Yes,
absolutely.
Really great. I met him at Dragon Con in Atlanta. Super nice guy, but he's like this very just like cheerleader for everyone. Never says anything controversial.
Wonderful.
Started this whole thread about why Star Wars is failing, but he looks at it from a business and a brand standpoint. I strongly recommend it. It's on my feed. I'll leave you with that. I'm sorry I talked too much.
No, it's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. I know.
But I love all you guys. I'm going to keep listening after I get off. So the stream, that is. And one of you was going to make the joke. So
you got to
probably me or Az.
You got to focus on their $500,000 giveaway handbags.
Yeah. George, congratulations, my man. Amazing work. Thank you. I'm fans of all of you, and I will. I'll see you on the next stream.
Thank you, Chris. See you tomorrow, Chris.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Anything Little Platoon needs to stay on the way up?
Mike is back.
Yeah. All right, Little Platoon, you've got a roll?
I have to roll as well, but it's been really great fun. Thank you so much for having me. It's a really great stream. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. But have a good rest of the stream, everyone.
Thank you, Little Platoon.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Have a great week.
And then the messages in the back, Dan Vask also has to roll out.
Yeah, it's been great to hang out. As I said, I'm here to learn with all of you, those masters of culture war. Just a dumb metal singer, but hey, something metalheads do very well indeed is gatekeeping. So that's something you all could learn from us too. So it's like you want to be a Star Wars fan, you want to be a Star Trek fan, you want to be a Marvel's fan. We love you. We want to tell you all about it. We want to receive it with open arms, and we're very excited to have one more. You want to change one of those things, then you can fuck right off. So that's the heavy metal.
Well
attitude.
said.
That's the right attitude to have.
Well said, brother.
Congratulations, George.
Thank you.
It's been very nice, and I've been very happy to follow your journey on YouTube since the beginning. I knew you would make it as the same way I know right now that you're gonna go for that gold for sure, that gold play button. It's only a matter of time, and I need to contact you about some voice acting work. You got that Orson Welles vibe about you that I want to use in some Manowarish song or something like that. We need to talk. All right.
All right.
I'm gonna get you into that industry.
Okay. Not a problem. I
Take
appreciate
care,
it.
everybody.
Catch you later, Dan Best.
Take care. And then Az also has to roll out.
Oh. Az,
Yeah.
you
I
gotta-
gotta hit the gym before I go into the next stream.
As by the way, as one of your longtime members, and you know, I've been a fan of your channel. I want to tell you, Az, you look freaking fantastic, brother. Fantastic.
You're trying to get in my pants, Mike. Come on now.
No, you're not married.
I appreciate you, Mike. Appreciate you, lot, man.
I'm just happy that your neon sign's working again. It's great.
I just turned it on.
Okay. Hey, what are you going to do with a little Az behind you on the wall? When
With
she's
here?
finished?
There's
No,
some stuff
the
that-
other one, the one who's sitting there. Are you going to get a new?
that.
Yeah.
Well,
You got to
why?
get a new one. Look, you're getting in shape. Come on.
We'll see later.
Whoa,
We've got a work in progress and all of that business. Drew.
As you and I still have to do that slow-mo run down the beach together, so I expect to see that happening.
I told
You're
you,
looking great though.
as soon as I don't have a cardiac arrest doing it, Drinker.
Chariot to fire
I
plane.
tell you what we gotta do, Drinker. You and I, we gotta do a war zone.
Oh yeah, message me. Like,
That's what we
sort-
gotta.
we'll
That's
sort
what we
one out.
gotta do. We gotta sort something out. Maybe even bring in a couple of others and just have the fucking dirty dozen or something shit like that.
We could do quads resurgence quite easily if we can get two other motivated gentlemen.
That'd be a laugh. George, congratulations, man.
Thank you.
This is all you. So well done indeed. We'll have to, Robert. We'll have to do like a hot toy special soon.
Hell yeah.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
And,
Talk about the state of the industry with Hot Toys not having anything to make this year.
Hot Toys and Hasbro and all kinds of shit going on, and
wow,
lots of stuff going on in the toy world. So yeah, we'll have to get a special Hot Toy stream going for that.
Yes,
I'm ready.
Yeah, I gotta to get to where I'm going. I've got to leave to go to the gym.
Okay.
And make sure I get my day in, because then I got to get back and then I got to jump into Chris Gore's fucking Golden Globes.
You're jumping into Chris Gore?
Yeah.
He's going to get his hands on Chris Gore's Golden Globes.
And then I'm gonna
go
to his stream.
Wait a minute. You're slipping into Chris Gore, grabbing his globe, and then streaming.
I'm grabbing Chris
What the hell
Gore's
is going
Golden
on here?
Globes,
Oh my
and then
God.
I'm slipping inside of him.
And streaming.
And there will be a stream.
We try not to judge.
Yeah.
Stop it, Az. I can only get so hard.
I think we sorted that out. It's fucking hashtag ally, and all that. Love you all, gentlemen. You take care. George, again, big congratulations.
Thank
Robert,
you.
I missed the tits off you.
You don't have any more tits, though.
Always with the tits.
Always
Male
for you.
and
I will always let you make sure you got a handful.
Thank you. I miss you too, man. I miss, and we got to talk about the next prisoner batch of action figures.
Oh, coming in February.
Yeah.
Coming in February. Yeah. Big time. All right, gentlemen, take care. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And next on deck, Valiant's live stream actually starts in 16 minutes. So, Valiant, say what you're going to say. Welcome to the show, brother.
I
Well,
guess
I'm so sorry I couldn't get you in earlier. We were full. I feel
No,
awful.
well, you were full, and I thought you were going to super chats like an hour ago. No, you're 100 super chats.
No, but
backed
they
up.
have the worst Mexican producer ever on the show.
God, don't I know it? I've got the same son of a bitch. So anyway, no, I'll leave it with this. I don't know what I walked into. I don't know who this is or what you did with George Mahalo, but that sumbitch never live streamed, so I don't know who you are. I feel like I've stumbled into some absolute Disney multiverse hellscape with this, so we'll just go with that. No, but it's good to see you here, George. I know you've been talking about doing this a while, man. So congratulations, it's outstanding. You'll eventually get to a super chat I sent in a while back, but
I am. We're gonna get to him.
I'm gonna let Mike bitch at you the way he bitches at me, or at least he used to before I got better at that. So
he's already doing it. I will. I promise everybody, we're gonna read all of the super chats. We will.
No, I know you will. But no, it's great. I wish I could have hung out a little bit longer, but yeah, I've got a show that starts in about 20 minutes. But if you care to hop by, any of y'all gentlemen care to hop by after y'all wrap up here, welcome to join aboard for that one. But man, you had a great panel tonight, some great guests. Hopefully be able to meet some of these guys. It actually turns out I'm going to wind up in MegaCon in Orlando in a few weeks. So it so happened that, and I didn't know it until recently, like the last week or two, my daughter was already scheduled to go down there. We were going down there that weekend because that's the same weekend as the high school national dance competition UDA has at Disney World at ESPN Wide World of Sports. That's a huge. So you got two massive events down there at the same time, literally 5 miles down the road from one another. So finding a hotel room was a ton of fun, believe me. But yeah, so it turns out that Saturday we'll be down there the same days as MegaCon, so we're going to try to go hang out.
Well, I'm going to try to make it.
Well, I may just see you gentlemen there then.
Oh, well, very good.
Awesome.
Very good.
Thank you, Valiant, for coming. That means a lot.
Yeah, I wish I could stay longer, but man, congratulations.
I'll try to make it later.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll shoot you the link. Your success has been tremendous, and the growth that you've enjoyed is outstanding. I mean, your first live show, you've got 4,000 people watching. That's great.
That's not because of me. That's because of all these incredible people here, all of y'all.
I was trying to be nice to you. I was trying to give you a little bit of
hard for compliments. Yeah, I'm not a good person for compliments, but I appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me, George. Like I said, I wish I could stick around longer, but Mike, I know you got some business to take care of. We'll see y'all later on Renegade Online here when y'all get wrapped up. All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, man.
I liked Little Platoon's exit because it was like, you got to roll? And then he's like, yes, I do have to roll.
And we're not. There's someone else backstage that I got to bring in, but we are about 120 super chats behind. FYI, Adam
Hey, what's going on, Adam?
Gentlemen, sorry I'm late. Better late than never.
Always.
Great to see you, George. Yo,
great to see you. Thank you.
Are you surprised that so many people showed up for you? I think that's bullshit. That it's just the panel.
No,
you don't
sell
yourself short, George. You're fantastic, and you deserve everybody that's here.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate
congratulations, man.
Cool. Thank you for coming. We've been talking about it for how many months? Because I was like, next week. Yeah, but it finally worked out.
6 months, I think. I don't know. Well, when did you hit 100,000? Because that's when
July.
Originally.
Yeah,
July. July. Yeah, a couple months late.
Yeah, a few months late, but it all works out the way it's supposed to.
Yes, it does.
It all works out.
I'd love it if we could take a super chat break. Does anyone else on the panel need to go, or?
I sadly do have to run, but thank you, George, so much for having me. It's been so much fun getting to hang out with all you guys. And George, great seeing you finally doing live streams. I knew you could do it, like everybody else has said here before. You have a great voice. You have a great mind for this kind of stuff. Great eye for certain things, and hopefully you have much more success because you're doing great, and I want to see you succeed even farther than you have already. So cheers, my friend, and here's to much more.
Thank you so much. I'll see you later.
Take care, guys. Yes.
Bye. So you want to get to some super chats, or does anybody else give us a few minutes to read them?
Well, one thing I was going to suggest is with the guests you have, a lot of people are going to be coming today looking to hear us talk about this, that, and the other. But a lot of people may not know a lot about you, and that this is a chance for you to maybe share some stuff. For example, a question I like to ask anybody that I'm getting to know a little bit better is like, what's your favorite movie? I don't think I know what yours is.
My favorite movie, originally it was The Professional. That was one of my favorite. I love The Professional. I love Jean Reno and Luc Besson, at least before he did Valerian. I really didn't like Valerian. I love The Fifth Element. But before that, it was like Ben-Hur. I love the old epics, Casablanca, Ben-Hur.
You gotta wonder how many people have seen in the audience Ben-Hur
Ben-Hur?
and Casablanca at this point.
At this point, yeah.
But I also love French Connection. It's like you asking me my favorite movie. It's
a nightmare question.
It is a nightmare question.
How do you pin it down to one out of like thousands that you've seen?
It's like I can go from Usual Suspects to Star Wars, and because Usual Suspects was one of the first films that I was ever stunned, because I can't stand the fact that in most movies you can tell what's going to happen to most of the characters in the first 5 to 10 minutes. You're like, okay, but then you want to enjoy it. If it's a really great story, it's like enjoying a great meal. Yeah, you know how it's going to taste, but it's going to be a fun adventure. But Usual Suspects was one of the first ones I was like, I didn't know that was wow.
I'd say, judging from your setup as well, it's worth assuming Lord of the Rings means a lot to you.
Yes, it does. So that would be my favorite of all time. But for an individual movie, it would be The Professional. Yeah, that I really it just moves me on so many levels. But the director's cut, the one with the extra 23 minutes, not the theatrical version, because I think it fleshes it out much more.
I think, if I'm correct, Big Trouble Little China for Drinker, The Prestige for me.
Oh, yeah.
Robert, what's your favorite film of all time?
That's I want to say The Godfather, but I think it might be A Clockwork Orange, which seems a little cliche now, because I'm a huge Kubrick fan and have been really influenced me.
Or if you were to watch that movie, it'll be nice and controversial as a pick.
The thing is, A Clockwork Orange now is kind of a cliche, weird thing to love in high school. Which is, I'll tell you something about that film. The first time I ever saw it, I'd seen pictures of it in books, and it was one of the very first pre-recorded videotapes I took home, and I was literally blown away. And it was the very first time I immediately rewound the tape and watched it again, because I didn't get it all. I was 13 years old, and I didn't understand a lot of the NADSAT language, the combination of Russian and English. And it really affected me. And I would show it to people, and everybody would get bored after the ultra violence, the beginning of the movie. And I said, no. The meaning of the film kicks in, and nobody would watch it. It always frustrated me when I was a 13-year-old.
You got to time them down and keep their eyes open.
It legit one of those rare movies where I just watched it thinking I have no idea where this is going to end up. Like, it didn't follow any kind of traditional narrative structure. But
I saw that when I was about 10, and I did not understand it.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen his Eyes Wide Shut? That's the only Kubrick film I haven't seen that I've been waiting one day. I'm like, I'm gonna
just make sure you watch the right version.
The right version,
because the original release was edited. There's a long protracted.
Does the director's cut exist somewhere? Or is that,
yes, yeah. They released it.
Really?
What they did was they put actual digital figures over the actual sex. So, but they did remove them, so you can get that version has been released.
Oh, I didn't know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, you were talking about when we're talking about our favorite movies. One of the reasons I loved, besides The Professional, that I love Leon, is besides Jean Reno, is Gary Oldman. I love all his work.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
he's great.
It's like
he's like the ultimate chameleon, isn't he? Like,
he is.
Whatever role he's in, he's a different actor. He's a different person.
Actor for sure.
I mean, I saw Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy again a week ago, and his performance, and now he's in that series, Slow Horses.
Slow Horses, yeah. I was going to say Old Horses for some reason.
I remember seeing some posts related to it, but didn't he recently say like he thought his work in Harry Potter was a bit lazy or whatever?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Gary, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you wish he read the books first or something.
But it's just funny because I remember him being one of the most like interesting and well-beloved characters at the time of those movies coming out. People like Sirius Black is fucking awesome.
I think he peaked with The Fifth Element. Jean-Baptiste Emmanuel Sword. Just like the greatest villain ever.
Anybody remember Romeo is Bleeding?
Oh, Romeo's Bleeding might be one of the great Gary Oldman roles. Lena Olin is incredible in that movie. And Peter Medak, the British director, directed that, who did things like The Ruling Class with Peter O'Toole. If you guys haven't seen Romeo's Bleeding, that movie is amazing.
I mean, even when he went in his small role in True Romance, just those few minutes.
Oh, yeah, Drexel, right? Isn't
Drexel? He's just
that movie is That's great. Everyone should see True Romance.
Oh, so good.
That's another.
But Romeo's Bleeding is a really great film that not a lot of people have seen. Roy Scheider is in it. Lena Olin, who's incredibly beautiful, is one of the great truly evil women in cinema.
Yeah, she made her debut, if I remember. What was it? Something with
The Unbearable Lightness of Being.
The Unbearable Lightness of Being. Yeah, that was with Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yes, that is a smoking hot movie.
And now I think what is he, a cobbler now? After he retired?
Yeah.
I know that he was doing that before he did Gangs of New York, where he was like semi-retired. And then they brought him in to do this. I don't know what he's up to now.
Because his last film, again, I haven't watched the last one. I watched everything else, but he had said that was his retirement. And I was like, I hope he doesn't mean it.
Yeah.
I think on the topic of talking about all this, by the way, it's why I try to keep some level of hope that not only have we got a huge interest in all these amazing films that inspire and stuff, that came from somewhere, which came from somewhere, it all goes to a fundamental of, I'm pretty sure we love storytelling so much that Hollywood could die, but film never would. I think there's always going to be a desire to create it, and there's always going to be someone who's pretty damn good at it somewhere. It's just that we're in a possibly unprecedentedly bad time for discovery in an ironic way, because there's so many ways to find stuff. It's almost like that paradox of choice, or an overwhelming sense of option in some ways, because there are still gems that each of us try to make people aware of out there. It's like, I stumbled across this thing, and it was like one of the best movies I've seen all month. I don't even know, nobody's talking about it, that sort of stuff.
Does it feel like a breaking point is being reached, like for you?
In what way?
Like, I don't know, like the sort of current model that we have for movie distribution, for like just people going to the movie theaters and the things that they want to see, the things that they've been watching for the past 5, 10, 15 years. Does it feel like that has almost reached the breaking point of what can be done now?
Been a serious shrink that was almost unnatural, but was going to get here eventually regardless. Like with how bad a lot of things happened at the same time, see all of the world events of the past 5 years, plus all of the horrible decisions and poor influences of different things like the MCU getting so popular. I think it pushed us along to somewhere much faster than we were meant to. Like streaming took over way harder, and it actually helped kill a lot of things that probably were going to happen eventually anyway. Like theaters, I just don't believe that they'll ever completely go away. But
do you think they'll be more niche?
Yeah.
Like when I went to Greece, the movie theaters that I used to go to, they're gone. The majority now are these small 10 to 20 seat theaters, but you pay like a premium. They're more like someone's tried to put together a custom living room.
But you have that's a trend all over Southern Europe, actually.
Okay.
Because I'm in what's culturally the south of Europe right now, although it's geographically off the coast of Africa, the Canary Islands.
Oh.
And you have the exact same trend. Because of the weather, since it's hot mostly all year around, fewer people go to cinemas, even for big event movies. Obviously, some people do, but the ones who make a business of it are mostly those who are in who specialize in kind of smaller niche screenings for an older audience. They're always there. Of course, you also have the big multiplexes, but they're the ones kind of struggling a little bit. Like for instance. I know the Drinker, you saw my premiere picture from Aquaman and the Fallen Kingdom, which was attended by 2 at the time when I took the picture, and 3 or 4 more came by the end of it. And even in some of the biggest screenings over here, in the most popular movies, there's never more than 10, 20 people there, because people in the sun don't necessarily always have the time to go to the cinema. It's not a priority. But the further north you go, like north of Germany, or from Germany and further north, it's packed always for all the big movies. So I think it's a bit of a cultural thing as well. And Greece is a fairly hot place, a place where they may not prioritize going inside a theater somewhere where it's fairly hot all year around.
They used to when I'd go to Greece. Like the first movie I saw as an adult in Greece was Dances with Wolves.
Yeah.
And they had lines around the block. Lines. I would say that's one thing. Obviously, I hate the lines, but as a kid, did any of y'all experience that or miss it? The lines. Look,
never had lines going around the block or anything.
I had that a couple of times in my life. Only I can mention that. The times I remember is when GoldenEye came out in 1995. Was it? That was queue around the lines. and then it was for all of the original Lord of the Rings movies.
Lord of the Rings, oh yeah,
and Episode 1. Those are the times when there were like queue around the blocks, and even had like screenings around the clock.
So, what's your favorite movie, Andre?
That's a difficult question, but most days I would say 2001: A Space Odyssey, sticking with the Stanley Kubrick theme. Other days, I'm going to go real off kilter here. That's something that Mike, the Mexican Island Man, is going to appreciate. The original 1920 Mark of Zorro.
Oh wow!
One of the greatest movies ever made.
I was actually going to say, until that choice,
it's a blueprint for the modern action movie. Like all of the modern action movie tropes, you can trace to that movie. It was the first action movie of any kind.
I'd be curious what the averaged out number would be of our favorite movies release year with our birth years. I wonder how it averages out. The bias.
Yeah, that would be something.
Interesting. Yeah, I never thought of that. Wow. So where do you think this is? You think Hollywood's going to go into a new...
George, before you ask another panel question, R&B has to roll out.
Okay.
George, congratulations. This is an incredible panel. It was an honor to stream with you all. I just have to go and get rid of a puppy, believe it or not.
Not in a violent way, I hope.
No. The last of our year of puppies is over, and we have one last puppy that is going.
I'd love to take one of those puppies off your hands when they're both spraying. I mean, those are some amazing, like little balls of wool you got.
Oh, there. You know what? I never thought it would be something like it was, and we raised 2 litters of puppies, and they were very bespoke, and everybody who's giving them to the families, we were very picky about who we gave them to. And I never thought I would actually have this kind of joy at this point in my life, but we've kept up with all the people and who've taken them, and it's just been a wonderful experience. So our last one, I'm going to go get very sad now as we meet the people and do the handoff. But thank you, George. This is a great stream. I can't wait to stream further with you in the future, and all you gentlemen are incredible creators, and it's been an honor to serve. And I think 2024 is going to be
awesome.
At least interesting.
I think it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome in some ways.
Yeah. Well, I will see all of you and enjoy the Golden Globes.
I can't believe it. It's like, I don't think, how many people actually watch it anymore?
I legit didn't know people did tonight.
All right, the only
I don't even know what they celebrate. What's the Golden Globes for again?
That's the one from the Hollywood Foreign Press, isn't it? That's the one where they used to invite Ricky Gervais. He was the one person that can get that whole thing watchable. Without him, what's the point?
Yeah, that's literally the last thing I've logged in my memory of the Golden Globes is Ricky Gervais hosting it.
that was proper epic, though.
Yeah,
I'm legitimately asking though. Is it for movies? Is it?
I thought it was
it's for movies and for series. It's kind of like the Oscar, but the difference is that it's by the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. So like you're in Sweden now, right? Like for instance, you have all the Swedes in Aftonbladet and stuff like that. Those newspapers that you see like in the stores that you may catch the headlines of. Like they have their own like Hollywood correspondents, and they, together with all of the others, they make up the Hollywood Foreign Press. And since they aren't always invited to all of these proper festivities, they organize their own. So this is the award show of the Hollywood Foreign Press.
Thank you.
Interesting.
And I really wonder how much the ratings go up or down based on Ricky Gervais hosting it. Like, is it more worth it to just put him in? Take the slings and arrows, just put him in.
That's why they had him 3 or 4 times in a row.
Didn't he suggest like why don't me and Dave Chappelle like co-host?
Oh my god!
Because
that becomes like a fucking stand-up comedy thing instead. I don't care about the awards. I'll just watch it for them talking.
That would be amazing. But I think they were too injured the last time he was there. He's like, all you know, don't know what you're talking about. Don't have a high school degree, but get on your private jet.
Wasn't even a part of his set that he was like, they ain't let me back after this one. So
he knew
drop some nukes.
He went out on high.
He did. Yeah. Did you see his last bit on Netflix? How people were coming after him?
Armageddon, was it?
I don't know what it was called, but I saw
it was Armageddon. Yeah, that's his most recent one.
Yeah, I watched that and Chappelle's back to back.
I didn't see Chappelle's yet.
I feel like Chappelle had the better one, but it was really fucking good. So to be fair,
It was really
So
good.
Critical Drinker, we've been here for 3 hours. We haven't read one super chat yet. We're gonna do a massive super chat break. Critical Drinker needs to roll. So you want to say bye, George?
Oh, thank you so much for coming, Drinker. Again, I've followed you for years. It's like after I discovered Gary, it's like then I discovered you, and then it opened this whole new world. So it means the world to me that you came. Yeah.
Gary's the gateway drug that leads to the drinker. So I appreciate that. But yeah, pleasure to be on, man. It's great to see you having all the success that you're having. And it'd be great to have you back on Open Bar sometime if you're available.
Anytime. Absolutely.
Nice one, man. All right. Well, I will stop boring you and I'll get the hell out and let you guys crack on with the super chats.
Have a great week.
Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye. Mahler, when did you...
on anyone else that's on the panel?
What?
Can we go to super chats, or does anyone else need to potentially roll out?
I can stay for another 20 plus minutes.
Woohoo!
Yeah, same.
All
I
right,
have Forbidden
all right.
Frontier in like 30 minutes, so I'm chilling.
Okay, well, let me do this real quick. I think the easiest thing to do is if I recognize the new members. We got some new members, George. We got Araxis, who became a member. Say hi to Araxis, George.
Hello, Araxis. This is my first show, so I'm getting used to this. I'm not. This is new for me. So,
all right. Eric K also became a member.
Hello, Eric K. Congratulations.
I know him.
Yes, I
Tom
do.
B.
He's a great
Tom
guy.
B.
Tom B became a new member.
There we go. Here we go. Keep
I
going.
think just pop him up on the screen. Yeah, that way. Araxis gifted 5 Georgia Giant Slayer memberships. Thank you, Araxis. It's great for the channel. And the Beast 808 became a new member. Thank you. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff for the members. Michelle C became a YouTube member. Thank you very much. Jessica Lubo became a member. Lugo. Thank you. Aiken. Oh, hey, Aiken. How you doing? Great to see you again. You became a member of the channel. Thank you. Jesse Anderson of the Tari became a channel member. Thank you so much. Again, we're going to be putting a lot of bonus content together for the members. And the Beast 808. Thank you, sir. He gifted 10 Georgia Giant Slayer memberships. Really appreciate it.
Did we do this one?
I think, yeah, I thought we did it. Jen Anderson of the Tower. We'll do it again. Became a member. Thank you. Nerd Wars. Oh, great. Nerd Wars became a member. Thank you very much for that. Scott McKenzie. How you doing, Scott? It is so great to see you. It's been a couple of weeks because I haven't been on Based AF, and then we had the holidays. Scott became a member. Thank you, sir. And he gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Really appreciate that. Steel Leg of History. How are you doing? I got your Instagram messages. I'm glad everything's going great. He became a member. Thank you, sir. Hawks Kid became a member of the channel. Thank you. Taylor Swift greater than... I can't stand Taylor Swift, but it's your name. Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU. Gifted 1 membership. I really appreciate that. Steel Leg of History gifted 1 membership to the channel. Thank you, my friend. Again. Sue B became a member. Thank you, Sue. Tender Warrior gifted 5 George the Giant Slayer memberships. Really appreciate that. We're actually putting a lot of content together. Besides having member streams, you're going to see a lot of the blooper videos. You know, all the times I make mistakes, and then my editor, Sendek, my brother, has to put them all together. Tender Warrior, we did that one. Red Tigress became a channel member. Thank you. Then we have Mr. Jimmy became a channel member. Thank you very much. The Wicked Plumber became a member. Thank you. The Wicked Plumber gifted 10 memberships to the channel. Thank you very much. And Mr. Buttcrack Media, it has been a while since I've spoken to you. Thank you very much for sharing 10 memberships with everyone in the chat. Really appreciate that. Stuttering Guitarist became a member. Thank you. Misplaced Southern. Oh, also been a long time since I've spoken to you, but I've seen you in the comments lately. Thank you very much for them. You became a member. Kim Clements became a member. Thank you. Braz Monkey gifted 10 memberships to the channel. Thank you very much, Braz. And you became a channel member yourself. Thank you, sir. Next. Mexican. What are you doing? Sending channel. Okay. He gifted Mexican Iron Man gifted 5 channel memberships to everyone. You can thank the YouTuber, not YouTuber. Olaf Van Ness. It has been a while. One of the first friends that I made on Nerdrotic's channel. Olaf, thank you for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. Not Another Dime gifted 20 memberships to the channel. Thank you. Not Another Dime gifted another membership to the channel.
And
another one from Not Another Dime.
And
another one from Not Another Dime. How many are there so we can do them all at once?
1, 2, 3, 14 total.
Thank you, Not Another Dime.
20, 31, 32, 33 total. Because you got this one, you got 20 right there.
I think I need to do a routine for all these channel memberships to keep everyone entertained.
10 right there, and then these 3 right here. Wow, what amazing generosity. That is pretty freaking awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with everyone. That's an amazing gift. I never thought I would be sitting here actually and having people, gift memberships or join the channel. So
why not?
Well, I just never thought it would happen. So I appreciate it.
But you make great content. Why not?
Thank you.
Tickle Trunk gave you 10 too.
Wow. From the Canuck. Mr. Tickle Trunk. Thank you, my friend. I enjoy all your commentary.
But wait, there's more.
WG. Hey, how you doing, WG? Hope you're doing well and everything's going great with you. WG became a member. Error 404 gifted one member. Gifted one Slayer membership. Thank you. Captain Ridiculous Awesome Sauce became a member of the channel. Thank you. Yeah. Masturbator became a member of the channel. Thank you.
And
Jim Alaska. I haven't seen Jim since my very first trip to Las Vegas. It was the Nerdrotic, the FNT get together. Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate those 20 memberships you shared.
20 Slayer memberships.
War Machine 300 became a member. Thank you.
And to drop a super thump on the memberships.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow, WG. I don't know how to thank you. 50 George the Giant Slayer memberships a gift to the channel. Thank you.
Or as we like to say here, 50.
Well, hit the applause button. Thank you, WG. Where's the applause? See, we're getting everything together. By the next week, thank you very much.
That's pretty, amazing.
Yeah, that is amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go to the top of the order. The first one came in at 138 this afternoon. Oh, why did you keep reading like that?
Should we actually finish up with our guests before we read into these? Yeah, okay,
well,
yeah,
I mean,
because
we got 30 of them done, so we got 70 left. Yeah, so let's talk to the guests some more, and then we'll go back to super chats.
Sure. Mahler, what would be your top 5 films? Like if you were on a desert island, you're like, all I have are these forever.
Oh man,
how could you? Well, at this point, I'm going to start opting for like the longest one. Does Lord of the Rings count as 3 or 1?
We'll count it as 1.
Oh, and extended. There you go. So that's an easy one of the 5, obviously. We're gonna have to take my favorite movie of all time, which is The Prestige, Christopher Nolan. Grab that. Now, what else? There's a couple of films that I consider to be my top 5, but now, like I said, with that desert island situation, I gotta be watching these a million times over. So it's either gonna be ones that are a bit longer, ones that I find to be super rewatchable. So Terminator 2 is one of the most rewatchable films for me. I've seen that like 10 billion times. Probably throw in Hot Fuzz.
Oh my god!
Never get tired.
Hot Fuzz. Yeah.
Never get tired of the jokes in that movie, and there's like a million a minute, so keep me entertained.
No Star Wars.
I'm thinking about it. This is what I mean. Like the last few slots now, they could go to like all kinds of things. I'm almost like, can I have the Star Wars trilogy and the Indiana Jones trilogy?
Well, they could count as 1 each trilogy.
Well, there you go. I probably said that's my 5, I guess.
Well, cool. Which would you consider? Have you ever seen The Illusionist? Because I remember when The Prestige came out, you also had The Illusionist. What did you think of that one?
Oh, I watched it at the time, but I've completely forgotten what even happened in it. Because it's one of those situations that happens every once in a while, however many years in Hollywood, where they release like 2 films at the same time that are remarkably similar in aesthetic, and you're like, wait, what? And a lot of people mix up Prestige and Illusionist. It's kind of funny, but very different films.
I remember them both being like decent though. Like both of them were good movie. They weren't like one was the good movie and then one was like the obvious knockoff, just trying to like catch the buzz of the other one.
Yeah,
I watched it
don't.
when it came out. I haven't seen it since, so I can't say anything.
Because The Illusionist, I think it has Edward Norton in it, and it had Jessica Biel, or as some kind of quasi nobility or princess or something, if I remember correctly. But The Prestige, no, I've always wanted more from Nolan. Like I wish he would put out these director's cuts, just because, or an extended edition, not a director's cut, but an extended edition.
Sure, yeah.
I think The Prestige was the better of the two, though.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I'm inclined to believe that too.
You know what? I've been thinking of this year doing a David Lynch breakdown of his movies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Starting with like Eraserhead, and I was talking to people like, no one's heard of Eraserhead today.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Plenty of people have heard about Eraserhead. No one's heard about Lost Highway. I mean, that is his underappreciated one, if anything.
Yeah, I just wish it's like, where is the next Blue Velvet director going to come from?
I was going to say that like we're almost in a bit of trouble for that. Like I'm sure everyone has criticisms of even just education systems as they're coming and going sort of thing, but also just culture enrichment, so to speak. It's like more of awareness of a lot of the greatest artworks across history, not just for film, but for kind of everything. And I do feel like you were saying, like, you know, David Lynch. Does anyone who knows about it? I'm just like, do people even know who David Lynch is these days?
You don't think they would, like from Dune?
He would. People in our spheres, I think, will. But a lot of the average people who are growing up, like, you know, lower generations, younger generations, I should say, I think a lot of them would be like, which one is that? And you'd be like, it's fine that you don't know, but I guess it would be cool if you did. There's a lot of directors that are like that, where it's like, oh, it'd be nice if you did. A lot of them will know Nolan. A lot of them may know maybe sort of flavor of the month directors here and there as well, like a Taika Waititi, but then they'll forget him like a year later because he's not in the news.
Right. So is it just you think it's based on the fact that they don't have an attention span? They're not.
I wonder if that's too easy of a almost cop out answer sometimes, because I've certainly used it myself. Like it's like I wish their attention spans were better, but because, you know, like TikTok videos, YouTube Shorts drive me fucking nuts. Have you guys seen how much stolen content is on YouTube Shorts?
Yeah, there was a channel I saw. He was talking about someone named Silent Sniper Wolf, and he just made these videos talking about that. All she does is take other people's content and just repurpose it. It's not even repurpose it, just literally cut and paste.
Just reposts it.
Yeah,
it's risky though.
She's not even doing.
Yeah, because if you take the wrong content there, they can nail you really badly for it. So it's
these channels, unless you make them a lot of money.
Yeah,
I saw one the other day. I shared it with my co-host on it. It was it's the speech someone's given. This thing has 20 million views. I want to keep this in mind. Some speech someone's given, it's like a TED talk. Doesn't matter at all what she's talking about, but this is the content. It's someone making a point about the state of something, and then the other half of the screen is some girl pointing at it and smiling. And I was like,
"Yep,
you can't do that. You can't just." And it's like, that's 20 million views on a short. I don't know how much that's worth, but obviously, like, if you do enough of them in a row, that's a career.
Right. I think Az said once, you know, get 5 million and get 20 cents or 25. It's like he was joking, but he was like, it wasn't a lot. Like you had to get up.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but I shared on Twitter like a few months back, I think, but there was a guy who was explaining how to steal things.
Oh, really?
On TikTok as a career. He's got he says, like, today I'm going to make $1 million. And he says, like, first step, look at what's currently viral. And he just looks through a bunch of videos and then collects pieces of them, collects footage from that stupid subway surfing game. And then he's like, this is how you, stitch them together into a video, upload. And look at that. I've already got 100,000 views in like an hour. And it's just like, what?
Wow.
And he's like, you can do this too. And it's the thing that killed everybody was that he explained it as his work day.
It's his work day. Like he doesn't care about it. It's just it's like a con job for him. Like it's nothing like he's passionate about. It doesn't sound like it's just to make money, quick buck.
It's just sad how much of an industry is churning on taking pride in taking other people's stuff and making money. It's like, damn, something's gone really wrong.
Right. But you see that in so many different areas. Well, you watched, I'm sure you did, or you dreaded it. You watched Disney Plus's Willow series, right?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay.
Drinker forced me to, I think.
You remember the first 2 episodes where they were literally lifting scenes and copying them? Yeah, they had the one from Young Guns too, the horse scene. I mean, when Syndic and I were working on that, we were like sitting there going, wait a minute. Those are the exact words. They're just changing, you know, the name of the race or the group.
Everything was throwing me out of that show, but the thing that really killed me was when their one of their companions gets killed and none of them care. the older dude who's like a sort of a father figure to the guy they're trying to save, and nobody cared. They're just like, he's dead, and it's like, oh well.
And he
I
now
was like,
suing?
oh,
The actor, he's suing now, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah,
oh wait,
he got injured. If you were talking about the same guy, if we're talking about the same,
might be.
The one who's like a knight or a guardsman, the head of
yeah.
He's actually suing. It's just
Well,
he was hurt.
Best of luck, I think.
Yeah, he was hurt. He was permanently injured from doing a scene or doing something he didn't want to do, and they forced him to do.
That show just kept added on the shocking moment. Once they introduced, of course, Warwick Davis, I couldn't believe the little effort he put into his delivery, because I was like, wait, was he always like this? And you check like other shows, other things he's done. You're like, oh no, he can be an actor, of course. Like, but you see what he did to the Willow show, and then to have the fervor that he did to defend the show, I thought that was even stranger. I was like, why didn't he care when they made it? Like, I just, but okay, I guess maybe he would tell us that was him caring. Like,
would it have helped if he did?
You think that was part of the bonus that he got? And he was like, you know, we'll give you this extra, we'll give you double the money if you
get on the soapbox and then
sell the show.
Yeah,
there could be some shenanigans going on there. Yeah, reverse psychology stuff of being like, yeah, just tell him you're sad about it. Be like, this is a travesty.
It was sad. It was sad. Just couldn't believe the fact that he phoned that in the way he did.
Yeah,
and would betray the character that actually helped give him his life. We'll take him to the next level.
I think the state of shows and movies right now is going to push a younger generations to find the David Lynch's, you know, find Twin Peaks and like those weirder shows that are like talked about in circles, because it's getting boring.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, and ridiculous. You know, the stuff that's coming out, it's not original anymore. It's bland. There's no reason to care about the characters in any of these movies. You know, there's no connection to anything. So, and people want connections, right? That's what makes good movies and good TV shows good and memorable. So I think you know, a younger generation is going to seek out the older movies. I mean, we're seeing it now. Everyone's talking about all these great movies from the past because that's where they're going.
Yeah, and I hope we can be inspired by them and look to them as blueprints more so than anything that's come out in like the past 10 years. Not excluding everything, of course. There's plenty of things that did come out in the past 10 years that have been pretty solid. But that, you know, the way films were made before, there's so many discussions about how, like, we covered it when we were talking about Lord of the Rings before, but a lot of things were done because they had no choice but to do it in a particular way through effort. They were like, oh, we can't do this in an easy way. We have to do it this way to get it looking the way we want. And then those formats were like, became industry standard to an extent of being like, wow, they provide great results. But then they got like washed away by, can we just do it with CG? Can we do it easier with this, easier with this, easier with this? We were looking at, it was, I think it took 9 hours for Bernard Hill to put on his Theoden old makeup.
Really?
Wow, that's a task right there. That takes a long time. And then I think it was Rags. It was just like, yeah, and today
they wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't do it. You know, they wouldn't do it that way.
Deep fake it.
Yeah.
Well, come on. We learned through Rings of Power in some of those interviews. My God, and some of the articles that came out. When you have to have actors and actresses have to get a therapist in order to deal with the trauma of doing an action scene with fake orcs that are charging them. It's like, do you think they would sit for 9 hours in makeup?
It's you need that inspiration alongside all of your other actors and departments. I think everybody who really cares and wants to make the thing work is always going to be helpful for the almost the escapism of the production, let alone the escapism of us seeing it and getting into that world. Because as people have pointed out, it's so ridiculous. Like, what's one of the movies that are coming up? It's like Civil War. I'm like, why?
It's more like that Netflix crap that was out. What was it that was similar? But it wasn't Civil War. It was, what was it? The one that where society collapses. It was with Kevin Bacon and Julia Roberts.
Oh, I don't.
I forget the name of it.
They them. You talking about?
No, it was
Yeah.
World
No, it's
something.
on Netflix. The World's Gonna End or something.
World's gonna end. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
Wait, is that the name of it? I don't
Oh,
know.
I
It's
haven't seen
something
World's
World.
Falling.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
Julia Roberts, Kevin Bacon, which I was surprised Maharaja Ali, because I think he's a brilliant actor.
Yeah.
And
It's all about the money, man.
yeah, but it was horrible. It was done by the Obama.
Yeah, but it was horrible.
It was horrible. It was just blah. It's like trying to almost like this not predictive program. It's like they wanted to program audiences. This will happen in the world at some point. Are you ready? Have we scared the hell out of you? And
I think there's a space for those kinds of movies to exist, but Jesus, could we get some could we at least have it be one of every 100 awesome movies that we get one of them? That'd be nice.
I agree. So what are you looking forward to, Andre, Mahler, Adam? What movies or shows are you looking forward to this year? Any?
As for me, Shogun a little bit. I'm mildly excited for Shogun. Of course, there's ways to screw it up, but it was a fascinating story in the 80s, and with the right showrunners, I think that one is something that could be interesting. Movie side, I know we are going on about like the remakes and how boring those and stuff are. I hope there's going to be some really, really cool original stuff to come and blow my socks off that is completely off my radar right now. But of stuff that I do know of, what intrigues me the most is actually the Nosferatu remake coming out in December of 2024 by Robert Eggers, because of the directors, the same dude who did The Northman, who did The Witch. This is a really intriguing director. Him taking on Nosferatu, that has me intrigued. Now, Nosferatu, of course, is the original 1922 movie by Max Schreck, which is fantastic. No, starring Max Schreck. It wasn't by him. And then they made a remake in 1979 by Werner Herzog, which is also absolutely fantastic in its own right. And now this one right here, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's honestly the one that I'm
really
most intrigued for.
More
like
than
Deadpool
Dune?
3. Honestly, yes. I kind of like, I feel I've seen Dune already in a sense. Like I'm a big Dune fan, but I don't get that hyped for it. I kind of feel I've seen it in a sense.
Okay, because I love Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah,
but I can see what you're saying.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Deadpool. What are the chances any of y'all give it? Is it going to be the same, or because now Disney is running it?
I've seen a couple people say like guaranteed $1 billion, and I'm like,
No
I don't
way.
know, man.
No
I don't
way.
know.
It can happen, but that's no freaking guarantee right there. It all depends on how much control Ryan Reynolds has, and even that isn't a sure thing. Like, I think most people agree that Deadpool 2 was slightly a step down from part 1.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds had more control in Deadpool 2 than he had in Deadpool 1. Great marketing, not so much a movie. But remember, the director of Deadpool Part 1, he left because of creative disagreements with Ryan Reynolds. Now, would that movie have been better if the director had been there? I think it probably would have been. And now, when you then have Ryan Reynolds, who isn't as strong without that director, but he also has to contend with Kevin Feige, and Victoria Alonso was there certainly for part of it, and then of course Bob Iger, and you have the entire idea thrust at Marvel right now, which are nothing but Kevin Feige minions, a lot of them. All of the people that made the MCU back in the day, they're gone now. Every single person. I mean, if you look in the dictionary under the definition of stolen valor, there should be a picture of Kevin Feige, because he's taken all of the credit for all of the good years at Marvel, and he was just one piece of the cog. He was the piece of the cog that was right there, taking all of the attention from the public, but he wasn't the vital part. The vital parts are all gone. I hope for the best, but we're really putting our hopes on Ryan Reynolds here.
And what about Ghostbusters?
George, Adam, I gotta interrupt you because I gotta get Adam to his next show that starts in seconds.
Oh wow! Thank you for coming, Adam.
Forbidden Farm. George, you're the best. I just want to say, Mahler, I haven't spoken to you. I just want to say I love the intro that you helped voiceover for
Oh,
Forbidden
yeah,
Frontier.
no.
So thank you
No
for that.
problem. It was fun to make.
It's incredible. Yeah, and Andre, seriously, fantastic interview with Graham Hancock.
Thank you, and thank you for pushing it. That was so much fun. You have to come on the morning show one of these days. We'll talk
I would
more
love
about
to.
it. Yeah,
I would love to.
Just
It's great.
any day. I'd love to have you on.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
we can practice some Swedish together.
Oh man, I know how to say, like, you know, the dogs are outside. You know, I'm like, I'm base level. Yeah. And George, you're the best, buddy.
Thank you, Adam.
I don't know if can you see yourself on?
No. That's the hat.
I got the base
wow.
F beanie.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you can't really. Oh,
I see it. I see it
a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Thanks.
you guys are the best. I got to get out of here. Forbidden Frontier is starting right now. So, cheers, George.
Cheers.
I'll see you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
See you, dude.
And Mahler, how are you on time?
Pretty much need to go.
Okay.
All
but
right.
hey,
Well,
very good time, gentlemen, and I'm very happy for you, George.
Thank you, Mo.
Obviously, we've not spoken a huge amount, but in the few interactions we've had, I very much enjoyed. Always love talking film. So and it was a really great experience. I love how many people turned up and had interactions and stuff. Obviously, you're more involved a lot with FNT's sort of sphere, so to speak. I haven't been in many of the meetups in person, so I'm more of a stream type of guy.
Yeah.
But it's one of the things I love about this whole thing. Get to meet plenty of people and see what everyone's interests are and stuff. So yeah, it's a pleasure, and I'm very happy for you.
Thank
keep
you
the
so
channel
much.
going.
I will. I'd love to have you back anytime. And I have to tell you, my editor, my brother Sindek, he loves your work. That's all he talks about.
I love to hear it. Eddie knows that I entertain people is always going to keep me motivated. So thank you, and thank him, of course.
Absolutely.
On that note, gentlemen, I shall
have a great
bid
week.
you adieu. See ya.
See ya. Andre, how are you doing on time?
I'm good. So I had some matters to attend, but I already fixed them. So I'm here as long as you want me. Yeah.
All right, great. Then I got a co-pilot for these super chats. Andre knows how I like to do this, and so it's super chat time, George.
Wow.
So
buckle up, Buttercup, because here
I'm
we
buckled
go.
up.
I love how you said buckle up at the exact same time. There just goes to show how in sync the Midnighters are on this.
Yeah,
that's right. Me and Andre are simpatico.
Wow.
So here we go. Yeah, so here we go. We'll put you down here front and center, George, right over the super chat, so people can, if they want a screenshot. And by the way, people, I want to say thank you for your patience on the super chats and the member chats. We didn't read them as they were coming through. Normally, when the stream is happening, we're going to take a break and get those done either as the show is happening, no later than an hour. But we had so many guests, so many time zones to coordinate to get everybody in and out throughout the last 4 hours that we've been here, 3.5 hours. So I want to thank everyone for your patience. It's not going to normally be like this, and this channel will never leave a super. Andre, how do we say it on Midnight Edge? No super chat.
No super chat will be left behind. Unlike Americans in Afghanistan.
Oh God, that was what a shit show that was.
All right, so I'm going to bounce a little bit and just I'm going to bounce a little bit. Please indulge me, chat. I'm going to do a few that came in recently, and then I'm going to go back to the top of the order and work our way down. And George, here we go.
There, I'm ready. Nerdrotic Gary sent in $100. Wow. Wait, the applause.
Oh, wait, I forgot.
What's going on here? Do I need a new? Thank you. Thank you, Gary. That means this is the first show. Now you're going to put the applause over me. I appreciate it.
Sorry, go.
Hey, no, thank you, Nerdrotic. Love you. Yeah.
It's exciting, huh?
Yeah, it is. Valiant Renegade sent in $50. George will never make it to this super chat. Yes, we did. But congrats. Really appreciate it, Valiant. I know you're doing your show right now. We'll try to make it later. Brent Wolf sent in $100. Does there even need to be a mainstream anymore? Given how easy it was for mainstream to be co-opted by ideology, wouldn't it be better to have a supermarket of talented independents that then can draw an audience, customers based on how they resonate? I kind of like that idea. I think so. I think Hollywood is eventually going to, well, at least you're going to have certain studios. They're going to devolve, go bust, get bought out, go bankrupt. And you're going to have so many independent creators moving up. Critical Drinkers making a movie. You have so many people who are moving into the space. And maybe they'll form their own kind of studio group. But I think that's what we're going to see. And you'll be able to pick and choose who you want. But thank you, Brent, for the $100. We'll see you next time. Slick Soul, $49.99. Thank you for sending that in. Me and my wife listen to every video. We love you, and both of us are so happy to see you live with such a great supporting cast for your first live stream. Best wishes to you and yours. Best wishes to you and your wife. I wish you everything wonderful, that everything you dreamed of will come true in 2024. Ian So Forth, how you doing, Ian? Sent in 50 pounds. George, has anyone done that already? Yeah, Gary did that, but you're the first one that I've read in a super chat. Whatever, I had that one in the chamber. I'm fine. I really appreciate it, buddy. WG sent in $50. Congrats, George. Looking forward to the show. All the best, sir. All the best to you, my friend. Again, I think he was the second friend that I made on in Nerdrotic's chat. You know, like Gary would say, if you want to succeed on YouTube, if you have a message, if you have a passion for something, if you have a love for it, get up, stand up, and go do it. You can do it. It takes a lot of work, but you can have a lot of fun. Next, Martino Sumoni, CHF. What is that?
Andre, help. CHF.
Swiss francs.
Swiss francs. That's what I thought. Yes. 50 Swiss francs. Let's collect some money and buy Star Trek ourselves. That's the best idea I've heard all day. Thank you, Martino.
Andre, who's buying Star Trek?
Unfortunately, if it's one individual right now, you don't want to hear it, but Alex Kurtzman is the likely candidate.
No, that can't be possible. He's destroyed it. How?
Yes.
Why does he want it? He doesn't respect it.
And devalued it to the point where he can afford it.
Do you think maybe that was part of a plan?
No.
Okay. Like maybe he did it purposely to buy it on the cheap so then he could do it right. But
he is incapable of doing it right. In his mind, he has been doing it right the whole time.
Really?
Yes.
He's that deluded.
Yes.
Oh, wow. You heard it here from Andre. Yeah. Wow. Greek Light for $49.99. Thank you very much. Go, George. We're going. This is the first show. There'll be many more to come. Kevin Hunts for $50. George, have you thought about slaying yourself? You look tall and fat, but your takes, intellect, knowledge is great. Glad you started streaming. No, I slay giants. And that's pretty much it. Next. Ryan for €50. Congrats, George. Listen, did any of you see Chen? Yeah, I read this one.
We covered this one already. My bad. Sorry about that.
Milan, ARS, that's got to be Argentinian pesos, I think. Is that?
Yes, that is correct.
Milan, Argentinian pesos for 2,000 Argentinian pesos. Congrats from the ass of the world, or Argentina. You want to call it. Keep going on, keeping the wolves at the gate so they don't eat our culture. Absolutely will do. By the way, 2,000 looks a lot, but it's just like £2. That's how our economy works or doesn't work. Cheers and hell de nacion. Thank you, my friend. We're going to do our best. We're going to stand in between the giants and all of you.
And fingers crossed for an Argentinian recovery because their economy was crushed. That's what he's referring to, inflation.
Oh, I know. That's why. What do you think about who's taking over now? I think he can bring it back alive.
I think that he can, as long as he's allowed to, meaning that he's not assassinated or too sabotaged by the forces working against him.
I like him.
The same people who crashed the whole nation in the first place.
I mean,
so
fingers
crossed.
My fingers have been crossed because he is trying to shove out all the Peronistas out of there so he can bring the country back. He's a brilliant man.
Indeed. I hope so. He needs to clean out that swamp completely. And I'm very excited about the prospects that you have so many places that have been completely destroyed. And then you have some individuals and some groupings that are just trying to do something unheard of and work for the actual people, which is something the people who claim to work for the people absolutely do not do.
Well, you're right. Next.
All right. Let's go to this one here.
Thrupt. I can never say that. Thrupt for $100. Hit the. Thank you, my friend, for $100. You got to hit the applause. We got to thank them and say it. We're very appreciative. We're going to get this. This is going to become a well-oiled machine. I promise you all that. Next.
All right, let's go to the top of the order. This was your very...
Man of War 665, neighbor of the beast. I love
This was
that
your
man.
very first super chat. This came in at 1:38 p.m.
Okay. Well, he's another great friend. He has sent in for, of course, $6.65. You never forget your first. No, you never do. And I won't. Thank you, my friend. Martino Simone again for 5 Swiss francs. 1 of 25. He's doing it to me what I used to do. Hail, George. I have a question. I'm ready. Thank you, Martino. For 10 euros, Dragon's Advocate. George, I still need to thank you for introducing me to SS Rajamouli movies. I now enjoy much of Indian cinema and some gems in particular. Great action, beautiful people. What's not to love? Everything. You love everything because they are incredibly talented artists. I mean, go check out his movie Iga. You're going to love that even much more. Dragons, Jose Ataco for $1.99. Congrats on your live show and to Nerdrotic's 10 years. Absolutely. That is a man who's really slaying giants. Aiken, how you doing, Aiken? For $2.99
Australian, $2.99.
For for Australian $2.99. How do you say that? For $2.99 Australian dollars. Okay, that's a little bit better. George, thank you, Aiken. Really appreciate it. Dermy Wormy for 5. Hail all, straight to the point. Just like I like it. Onvec, $20. The Fellowship rides again. And it does. And we're going to face him and we're going to bring down the Rings of Power this year as we ridicule it and expose it and show Amazon what they're doing with the Silmarillion. Sandy Q for $9.99. Congrats, George. Thank you very much, Sandy. It means the world. Yellow Flash 2, $19.99. Congrats, George. I was just on Yellow Flash's stream for New Year's. We had a great time. First time that I was on there. We were going over the best and worst movies of 2023. Look forward to being back there. Thank you, Yellow Flash. Darmy Wormy for another $5. We are a bunch of tars just trying to have fun. Absolutely. And we deserve to have fun. That's why we work our asses off for it. And we're trying to get the message out to those bastards that, you can't get past us. You give the customers what they want. Takers 610 for $5. Payne and McKay. We didn't want to include Tolkien's messages or honor him with Rings of Power. We only wanted to include our own messages in the show. That is spot on. See, they didn't care about J.R.R. Tolkien. They didn't care about the professor, his mythological masterpiece. All they cared about is, whoa, what was my story, my pain? Let me check off a few more, quota queen boxes. We have Debise 808 for $10. It's been a blessing to have all of your various shows as an escape. I appreciate that, especially when the demons rage in my mind. Hail to the 199, the Fellowship, and of course, George. Remain blessed, though. Remain blessed, Debise. Appreciate it. Max Redstone for $2. Here's to emotional damage and microaggression. Hollywood's eventually going to, explode. Their heads are going to pop with everything all the rules that they've created for themselves. They're actually become more puritanical than the pilgrims who landed on Plymouth Rock. Hemorrhoid Hurts for Australian $2.99. I'm loving this little gathering. Kick-ass Slayer. Will do. You'll see it every week. Thank you. We have Red French Moon for €5. Bonjour from France. I do miss the talk between you, R&B, and ass, and I don't even collect 1/6. Woke became a religion and a wild one on all accounts. Well, I've always viewed woke as a 4-letter word for control that losers used to feel like winners. Ministry of Wrongthing for $1.99. This is the best guest lineup ever. And Jay, I love Drunk 3PO. We had an incredible panel. Thank you. The Popcast Espanol for 100 Mexican pesos. Hola, hermanos. This is actually Brian from the Popcast. I just wanted to send you some taco dollars. Well, I appreciate them. Now I want a burrito.
And the podcast, we'll be talking about some merch in a moment.
Mark of Reality for $2. Hearing privilege. I like that. Thank you. Steel Leg of History for $2. I will show her how to use a fake leg in a fight. I'm sure you could. Oh. Curtis D. of Montana for $2. George, you're the best of humanity. Thank you. Thank you for being part of the show, for listening, for sharing your thoughts, and for sending in support for the channel. Really appreciate it. Nick the Greek for $4.99. George, I appreciate all your hard work, my Greek brother. I appreciate a good name like Nick the Greek. Thank you, my Greek brother. Andrew Graham for £4 and 9. No, is it? Yeah, it's for a British. No. What is
Euros, $4.99, or is that pound sterling?
Yeah, I thought that's pounds.
That's pounds. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
For £4.99. Is Echo related to any of the Proud Stars from the X-Men fame? That'd be interesting. Is she? Andre, do you know that one?
No. Echo is not. Well, I don't know what Proud Stars refers to in particular.
The mutant.
But no. She, as far as I know, she's a relatively new character from the Daredevil book specifically.
Okay, because I remember the mutant was talking about Proud Star. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
At least as far as I know, I will not claim to be any detail or mastery of the comic books there. But as far as I know, she's a Daredevil supporting character.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Wolf 1972 for $5. Okay, George, because of you and Gary, I now feel like I have to start my own channel around movies, manga, and anime. Hey, go for it. That's exactly how I got started. Gary looked to the screen and he was telling everybody, if you have a passion for something, if you want to get your voice out there, lock it down, get her done. And you can. I just started getting into anime over the last few months. And let me tell you, as you can see by the yellow hat, I'm enjoying the hell out of the ride. Blue Sky for $19.99. George's voice is easy on the ears. You know, I have hated my voice my entire life. It has only been the last year. People were saying, well, I like your voice. I'm like, okay, that's cool. But I'm starting to get used to it. Thank you for that. Man of War 665, neighbor of the base, for another $6.65. So I see my favorite quote of last year will persist into the current one. Oh, look, more things we already knew were shit. Abacore 2023. That's a good one, my friend. I remember that. Stuttering Guitars for $20. I love this panel. Jonas is too handsome for YouTube. Thank you for sending that in. Jian Hu for $7.42. Congratulations on your first live stream. We're all glad that you're here and hope for many more to come. There will be many more. And again, we're going to get our act together. We're going to have great guests. We're going to be covering many topics. We'll even get into the Megans and talk about how they're doing, how Hollywood has closed the doors on them. But we're having a great time. Death Judas for €5. Daredevil Born Again can never be as good as the Netflix show. It's without Foggy and Karen Page, which both are essential, I think. You're right. You nailed it right there. You cannot have it. I've been rewatching. I was telling Gary earlier when we were talking about it. I just started rewatching the original Netflix series. I'm on episode 8 of season 1, and it's just brilliant. Because I had watched the scene on Twitter between Echo and Daredevil, and I'm like, what is this? What is this crap? It just doesn't work. It doesn't hold together. Having her hold her leg, a kick, she's holding it in midair. It's like waiting for his body to turn so she can hit him. I'm like, you need to go talk to Steven tonight and show you exactly how to do a fight scene.
It's going to be funny how they're going to incorporate her prosthetic leg into that. I think that's
That's why I like Steven Leg of History. He was, when he sent his super chat in, he was like, he can show how to fight with one leg. I really don't know how they're going to do it, but you saw that scene, Andre, didn't you? The one on Twitter.
I did. Right.
Tell me, how did that?
I haven't studied in detail. I have to admit that. I was
no, but you don't have to. You just first look at it. Did it feel like the one from Netflix from years ago where the fight felt real?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
You can tell very clearly that this is not the same people involved. And also we had heard all these rumors that Marvel, they wanted to scrap this entire thing, but they couldn't, because that would give them troubles in Daredevils later on. Because remember, this is something that we first learned from the late great Mikey Sutton, may he rest in peace. And his group on this has been validated completely. That the storyline goes, because for Daredevil and Marvel, you're going to get a lot of homework, because the storyline began in Hawkeye, and Hawkeye then continues in Echo. So if you start seeing Echo without having seen Hawkeye first, you're going to be a little bit lost, because Echo was set up there. And here's the thing. Echo also features Daredevil. So that series is the lead-in to Marvel's Daredevil. So the homework to enjoy Marvel's Daredevil is Hawkeye and Echo.
Right.
And then, according to most recent rumors, I don't know how true they are, but the initial plan was that the Netflix Daredevil, that took place in a completely separate universe. This is a different thing. So you can just completely ignore the Netflix Daredevil because they're going to start completely over and retell some of the same stories. And it's cool because now it's Kevin Feige. So it's going to be so massively different and so much better. Problem was that everyone loves Daredevil on Netflix. They don't want it any different. So now, and this is just rumor, latest I heard, is that now suddenly the Netflix Daredevil is kind of canon too.
Okay.
So now that is part of the homework as well. So they're just finding more and more things to juggle and balance here for this Daredevil. But before we get to Daredevil, we have to contend with Echo. And no, I could totally tell that the fight scene here wasn't made by the same people. And I just thought it was ridiculous that she has this prosthetic leg, because what I did appreciate with Hawkeye is that in the fight scenes there, you can tell that she has a prosthetic leg because she doesn't have the same control over one of them. Like she can't bend one knee and stuff like that, which means that she kind of like has to compensate. I saw no compensation of any kind.
Neither did I.
In the scenes that we saw there. I'm like, okay, you have an amputee, you got to work with it. Now you got to work that into the fighting style. I didn't see any of that. I just saw a wannabe Daredevil Hall fight without coming across nearly as genuine.
I agree. I mean, you said it clearly. If I boiled all that down, I think one of the things that people are tired of is having to do homework to watch every series or film. Because if they haven't kept up with it, it just doesn't work, especially when it's not any good.
Yeah.
So we go to next thoughts on fitness with Nige for £1.99. Thanks, George. A dream stream on my birthday, 60 plus.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You got many more to come, and thank you for that. We try to make everybody's wishes come true, especially on a birthday. PK for €2. What is that?
It's euros.
Euros. I keep getting confused. PK for €2. Greetings from Croatia. God bless you all in 2024. God bless you, PK.
Fala.
200-watt studio for $2. Monsters are due on Disney Street. We're waiting. Astro Zombie for $4.99. Dan started the new year off right, playing Earthworm Jim. CRT TV Supremacy. Hail to the fellowship. Congrats on your live stream premiere, George. $1.99. Thank you for that. Congrats to you.
Earthworm Jim rules. Just got to say.
Okay. I haven't played it. Carolyn for $20. Hail this handsome panel. Carry on. Thank you, Kara. I loved your stream yesterday. The cancel.
I was supposed to send her a link, George. I totally forgot. Sorry about that. We'll get her on that in a future show.
Absolutely. No, it was brilliant. You know, that right there is you see how, I mean, Eric July brought her on board after her company canceled her. See, they cannot defeat you when you stand against them. And when you do it with everyone, no way they can win. Next. Fantastic, Mr. Knox. Australian $5. Congrats to a successful stream and a heck of a lineup. It was. I'm humbled that they all came. Thank you. 32 flavors of Nick Weiser. Hey, Nick, for $2. Congrats, George. Here's to 500K subs. Thank you, my friend. Hey, again, another person I met in Las Vegas. Great guy. We used to stream on Comics Division. Can't wait to get back and miss them all. Lady Gravemaster, thank you for $5. Prequels are amazing. Much love and congrats, George.
That's my girl. She's one of the very first friends I ever made on YouTube. Like,
because she's a true lady.
6, 7 years ago, at least.
She is a true lady. A true lady. Holly O'Connell for $1.99. Paltrow farts in the bag. Okay, that must be something I'm not getting. Hemorrhoid Hurts for Australian $2.99. Az is having a DNA thick shaper. I'll pass that on to Az. Jim Alaska again for $10. Great to see you live streaming, George. You deserve every success. Thank you, Jim. It's been a while. We got to catch up. Martino Simone for 5 Swiss francs. Part 2 of 61. Congrats, George. I see this. This is called karma, Martino, because I used to do it all the time to ask. Thank you, my friend. Bear Beard Whiskers for $5. My opinion, you need more creativity to make a good game. Marxism is the anti-creativity. You are absolutely correct. It is. Remember, Marxism is about killing individuality. When you kill individuality and you kill freedom, there is no creativity. You have to have free thinkers in order to create. It's a requirement, a necessary ingredient, but they don't want that. They want to follow like Mao's little red book where everybody marches in the same line, wearing the same gray clothes, living a dull world where everything is fed to them like pablum, and that's how they see all of life. But we're not going to let them win. Elfie 111 for €5. All the best to you, George, and a good year 2024, she meant. Greetings from Germany and Dan. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. My budget goes to you. Okay. Thank you, Elfie. Big Raj for Canadian $1.99 super sticker.
Super sticker. It was a thumbs up.
Thank you. Thank you, Big Raj. McInerney draws. Oh, thank you. Makes incredible work. Beautiful women. Hail, George and Jack. Congrats on your first live stream. Really appreciate it, McInerney. Bear Beard Whiskers for another $10. Indie games are more fun, more creative. Explained. You have a variety of colors. They take away one color because of racism, one color because of feminism. You're left with just gray because it's safe, foamy, squirrel. You're right. That's what they want. They want to strip the entire world. It's like they want to drain a rainbow of colors and they go, look at our new creation here. They want Hollywood, in my opinion, wants to program an entire generation that can move on command. That's the herd they want. Holly O'Connell for $4.99. I think you're right. Dan, the new creatives are on YouTube. I think so too. Ned of the Vale for Canadian $25. Hail, George. Happy to see you on your own live, man. Happy on your own live, my man. And what a panel. Keep doing all you do. Love you, my man. All the way up from Northern Canada. Thank you so much. We're going to do this every week, and then we'll start having member streams. Olaf Van Ness for €2. George, awesome to see you try to live stream, my friend. Well, I'm trying. Hopefully I get better over time. Thank you, Olaf. Stamatia Vandaros, my fellow Greek, congrats on your first stream. So happy to see the amazing fellowship. Love you all. Love you, Stamatia. Thank you very much. Nini for, I do not know what that is. For 9 currency? Andre, any idea?
Is that a shekel? Andre?
I am not entirely sure. I haven't seen that symbol.
Neither
I
have
was
I.
like thinking if it could be Thai baht, but
what is that?
I'm not. But no, that would be letters. That would be letters. It don't quite look like that symbol is new to me.
Yeah. Well, Nini, thank you for the 9 of currency. I appreciate it for your super sticker.
By the way, wait, hold on.
Culture Casino says it's shekels.
Yeah,
Shekels,
it's shekels.
okay.
That's what I was about to say. Culture says it's the shekels. So I was right. Yeah.
I thought shekels looked different, but thank you, Nina, for the shekels. Olaf Van Ness, creativity is dead for 10 years for €6. All we get is nostalgia from 80s and 90s, injected with woke ideology, trying to brainwash the current generation with woke.
And the problem is then that the current generation, they don't have anything to grow up on that's theirs. They're just getting recycled from before and bad recycled. That's how you destroy a generation.
You're so right. You're absolutely. It's like, you know what? I haven't heard anyone put it that way because we had a base to lean on, and they don't have that.
All of this subversion we're seeing, it's not for us. It's too late for us because we can't. Well, some of us can't be brainwashed. Most of us can't because we already have a foundation, healthy foundation. But it's the Gen Zers, the millennials. They have now grown up with nothing but subverted woke content, which has always been recycled and hand-me-downs from their parents and their grandparents. They don't have anything of their own.
Right. Well, hopefully that will stop it from continuing eventually. That's good. We're staying in the way. Stubble McShave for, is that Korean?
That's Swedish krona.
Swedish krona. Okay, I'm going to have to learn all these. Stubble McShave for 50 Swedish krona. Lack of cultural footprint for movies is because of less entertainment relevance and because people don't rewatch stuff when there's so much content.
That's another thing. You have so much now. Like, for instance, in the 80s, there wasn't so much. Like, modern day pop culture was created in the 80s. I mean, everything in the 80s was inspired by something else. Like, He-Man was a ripoff of Conan, for instance. But functionally, our modern day pop culture was created in the 80s. And there was like a new wave in the 90s, but since then, it's completely flooded. And then it's also being drowned out by the new waves of the retro waves from the 80s and the 90s. So that is like how you can see we're in cultural stagnation right now. Right. Where's this generation's Harry Potter? Where's this generation's Pokemon? Where's this generation's Lord of the Rings?
Correct. Very good point. And you're right. I mean, when I was growing up, we only had 3 channels. It was it was ABC, NBC, CBS. When cable first came out, we had HBO, had this huge box, and that was it. It was like, wow, the greatest thing ever. But you appreciated everything. I can now, that gives me a different perspective on the new generation, the way that they've been programmed. Thank you for that.
You have to keep that in mind.
Jesus Davila for $20. Thank you very much, Jesus. I really appreciate it. Again, for Australian for $7.99. I told my wife that you don't like your voice. She instantly replied, with what? His voice is like velvet. I can't believe he said it. I have never liked my voice because in my head it sounds, I don't know how it sounds to you, but it sounds different to me. It's scratchy. And I think that's the easiest way to put it. Thank you for that, Aiken. Really appreciate it.
Andre would say, well, you cannot battle with the success you have enjoyed.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Holly O'Connell for $4.99. Didn't Brendan Fraser get his Golden Globes? He's bed and gotten blackballed there. I don't know if Brendan Fraser got any. Does anybody know?
I don't have that information top of my head. We have to consult with the chat on this one.
Chat, do you know the answer to this?
I'll keep it out. I'll keep an eye out. Let's keep going.
Okay. Pilgrim Media for $2. The main choke point is film distribution. What do you think about that, Andre? You think that's
he's right. Distribution has always been the issue. Making something is one issue. The other, of course, is getting it seen. And this is kind of like the challenge that you have today, because now it is easier than ever to actually create something for yourself, whether it be a short film, whether it be a comic, whether it be a song. It has never, ever been so easy as now. Hell, even a video game. You can make an indie game, which is the same level as a Super Nintendo game that took a team of 7, and you can do it on your own on your computer. Same with the song. You can, on your own computer, do a song that took a professional recording studio only 15 years ago. But here's the thing. Everyone can do it. So now you drown out in quality. So distribution is all the more important than ever. You can try to do Kickstarter, you can try to do crowdfunding, but that means you still gotta stand out from everyone else who tries to do it if you go the indie route. This is the challenge for like most indie game developers. You can have the most amazing product, but how do you stand out? How do you build a community when so many others are trying to do the same? This is the irony and the perfect irony with today. It's never been easier, but it's also never been harder because it's easier.
Oh, interesting. What do you think about the fact? I'm sure you've watched it. I don't even need to ask. I know you've seen the George Lucas interview with Charlie Rose, where he was talking about one of the main problems that he was seeing in Hollywood is the fact that when he was coming up, the studios, he goes, originally in Hollywood were run by artists, like creative minds. And then slowly, the corporations started coming in. And then there was this period, he said, in the 60s and the 70s, where they went back to the film schools and got the Lucases, the Spielbergs. And he was saying, because what is a movie? And he's like, a movie is you're taking creative people and you're selling their creativity. And he goes, but a corporation doesn't have imagination, doesn't have creativity, doesn't have anything to sell. So they don't understand the process.
Now, he's, of course, entirely right. And the irony is that he's also part of that process because he started out as an independent free thinker and a creative, and then he himself became a corporation personified. Right. These things, they go in waves, they go in cycles, which is why there's only certain windows when you can discover your Spielbergs and your Lucases and your Tarantinos. You can't discover them at all times. You can kind of like discover them when the situation is right. And then they will emerge in the ways which they can emerge given the technology and distribution situation at the time. Like, for instance, George Lucas, he came out at just the right time because he was right there when there was like a wave of executives, because then you had several generations of executives already, and then they had gone through that entire cycle of being creative, becoming corporate, collapsing, imploding, the entire studio system collapsing, new generation. Now let's look for something creative again. And he came in, and just in that window when that happened, when he could be discovered. And the tragedy is, how many Lucases and Spielbergs and Tarantinos did we lose out 10 years before that did have that talent, but that didn't have any venue to get that talent shown? How many Spielbergs, Lucases, and Tarantinos have we missed out on? Because they just happened to be there at the time when there was no venue for them to get their talent shown. I assure you, there's a ton of people like out there right now in this moment. They don't really have any venue to be shown. Or today they have YouTube and stuff, but again, you have to be visible from all the other ground. I mean, there can be 100 James Gunns out there with short films on YouTube that has like 20 views because they don't have the infrastructure to get seen by more
bigger audience
people. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So Lucas, he is of course entirely right. That's kind of like the tragedy of, and I don't know that there's a good solution to it, because these things, they go in waves, and it has to do with the mindset of not just the filmmakers but also the executives in the distribution. I think if anything, it's worse now, because when you had some limited choice of distribution, fine. Once you got in the door, you were in. You now had the audience, you now had the venue to make things made. But now it's all scattered. The studios are run by incompetence. So very few things are going to come out. You have like the occasional Robert Eggers. And would he have been discovered today? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I don't think so today.
Yeah, and then again, you are left with YouTube and self-publishing. But then, how the heck do you get traction and get discovered? Some people can do it. You have like in comics, you have like some people there, but again, they are the lottery winners. Most they have talent aren't so lucky.
I got you. Makes sense, because we have to keep fighting and get them represented, get their names out there.
Yeah.
Hey, Culture.
Hey, good evening, my friend, and congratulations on your first live stream. It has been a joy to listen to since the very beginning, so well done. It is obviously very well managed by the professional stream manager, Mr. Mexican Iron Man.
Wow.
You could not have a better producer than that, I just got to say.
Yeah.
No, I know. I'm lucky.
He does a glorious job. Yeah.
Don't you think he's such a brilliant YouTuber?
He is. He's not a YouTuber. He just is on YouTube a lot.
He is just brilliant at everything he does.
Yes.
Go with that.
God, y'all didn't take my bait.
Right, you guys are making me blush. Hold on, I can't do that. You guys are. Yeah, I'm going to turn off my camera now.
Oh, George,
thank you. You guys are all very sweet. Thank you very much.
Well, okay.
Well, I was trying to rib you. They were being sweet.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Casino and Andre, thank you for the compliments. George, I quit.
Okay. Hey, sis Davila for $5. George, seriously, congratulations on your first live stream. I wish you all the best on your future endeavors for the channel. I really appreciate that. All the blessings are good. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah. No, I mean, we miss you, George, just so you know.
I miss you. I just mentioned it earlier. I miss you guys. Scott McKenzie for $1.99 again. Congrats, George. Keep exposing rings of power, not Tolkien. I know. I'm working on something for that. Just keep watching. Jay for $2. George, always such a nice guy. Keep it up. Well, thank you, sir. Weird. Australia for Australian $5. Mike, can you translate this for me? Me gustar, ayuda, agradecer.
Let me take over.
You do it.
He wants me to say this stream was sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends?
Yes.
What is Raid Shadow Legends?
I have no idea.
It's a phone game.
Oh.
Yeah, and they have sponsored quite a few Midnight's Edge videos.
Yes, they have.
Oh, that's right. It's a handheld game where you buy the stuff in app. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually downloaded that one time, Andre, like about a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will have words with you after this. But I was going to say thank you. Yeah. Okay.
But then I started feeling like I was getting addicted to it. Like this was like a year. I think it was like 8-9 months ago, maybe a year ago. I started getting like I was always on my phone. All right, moving on.
Yep. Olaf Van Ness again for €6, as you say, George. Remember, we never back down. We never bend the knee. Always forward. Absolutely. Words I can fully go by. Thank you. Silver Nova for Australian $2. I'll tell you what activists can't do. Entertain. That's the, if they could actually entertain, they would be dangerous. Next. Harry Anders for Swiss Krona. Is that what it was? Swiss Krona for 100 Swiss Krona. George, you're not only a giant slayer, you're a giant among men. Your integrity. Swedish Krona. I'm going to get it down. Krona. Your integrity is unassailable. Great first live. Much success going forth. Never bend the knee. I love the knowledge of your panel. Thank you.
And we have a few new members that came in after the last membership run.
All right. Chris Loper became a channel member. Like I said, we're going to be putting a lot of things together for all the different membership groups. Brian became a member. Thank you. Culture. Hey, Culture. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, Culture, for becoming a member.
All right. Well, I felt rebellious.
One of your new members and someone who donated a membership said something nice in the chat. This was a couple hours ago, actually 3 hours ago. But I wanted to highlight it to you and share it with you. So why don't you read that?
Steel Leg of History, Mexican Ironman. Hello, how are you doing today? Be blessed. I owe George so much. Him and the guys on Adam's Monday show helped give me a push to start my channel, and George has always been there for me. Steel Leg of History, he just started. I subscribed the other day, or I think it was last week. And he's a really good guy. We've watched him on Bay Staff Monday go and just fight every day to get his life exactly how he wants it. So congrats, Steel Leg. If you can, go to his channel, subscribe. It'll be worth it.
All right. Unbelievably, we just got through 107 super chats.
Wow.
Unbelievably.
Nice.
They said it could happen. They said miracles were not possible. But as Andre said, once you buckle up, we're going to get through these super chats. Now, George, exactly. I just sent you a message on your phone. If you could redirect the stream to Valiant Renegade. But before we do that, there's a couple topics I want to discuss with Andre and Culture. And okay. I feel remiss that while you if you could log into your control panel on the YouTube and redirect the stream. Okay. I want to tell people about our new merch store. We actually have merch, ladies and gentlemen. Here, let me turn my camera on. The great guy, we got some merch designed. We got a new store here. I'm going to go ahead and share what we've got here. Let me go over here to let's see. Let's present. Yeah, you think it's my first live stream? All right, we got a new merch store up, and we got a variety of items. We have George the Giant Slayer tote bag, George the Giant Slayer Nation speakers, posters, wireless charger, mouse pad, water bottles, wall clocks, coffee mugs, and the apparel and the desk mat. I actually have some video that I want to show you now. As far as our poster goes, here's what that looks like. Look at that. Look at that. Is that not going to make you guys? If you bring a lady back to your place and she sees a George the Giant Slayer poster on your wall, you know what she's going to know? She's going to know you know how to slay it like a dragon.
There you go.
Woohoo. Okay, hashtag worst Mexican salesman ever of merchandise. Hashtag.
Yes.
But hey, you be nice, Culture. You be nice. So that is that's what the poster looks like. That's what our merch store is. The merch store link is actually in the chat. So if you guys go over to the live chat, you scroll all the way to the top, you will be able to check out the merch store. And just so you can get an idea of what some of it looks like, here's a copy. Here's the shirt. Look at that, front and back. The whole world will know that you are a Slayer and you are supporting Slayer Nation. We also have, fear not, gentlemen, for low, the shirts come for women too. So you can get that for that special lady in your life. that special partner of yours, or that special they, them, whoever, whatever, however. Yeah, we're not trying to assign any pronouns here. I'm just saying, but we do have a merch store. So, and on top of that, I do want to highlight that George has memberships available. Yes, we have got memberships available. Let me go ahead and show what we've got there, how the memberships work. So let me go over here. Go to my window. Where is it? Here we go. So we've got 4 levels of membership available here on the channel. You can, at the Rebel level, you will get emojis. You will get emojis depending on how long you've been a channel member. The emojis will ultimately get you to a gold shield. So the longer you're here, the closer you get to that gold shield. So you get custom. You're going to get all kinds of cool emojis to throw in the chat. Now, if you upgrade to the what we're calling the warrior, oops, sorry about that. It jumped on me. The warrior level, then the warrior level at $9.99 lets you attend members only live streams. Yes, members only live streams at the warrior level at $9.99 a month. Then there is a hero level above that, and at the hero level you get everything I've talked about already, including, but in addition to that, discounts on the Slayer store and member shout outs in live streams. Oh yeah. And George added a 4th tier that I told him that he really should add. So I'm not sure how you guys are going to think about this, but I said, George, you really connected with a lot of people around the globe. What if we have a really high tier that's not $2.99, $99, $9.99, or $24.99 a month, but a $49.99 a month? I know it's a lot, but what's something unique you could do for that? And George came up with this idea where once a month, George will talk to you on the phone. Okay. Now that means that you actually will get a Zoom call. A link will be sent to you and you'll get a chance to talk one-on-one for about 30, 40 minutes, something like that. Maybe 45 minutes, something like that. You'll get a chance to talk to George one-on-one. Maybe you're starting a YouTube channel. Maybe you're something about the culture war. Maybe you just want to talk about your love of Tolkien and want to sit there and talk about the Silmarillion and just go nerd crazy, for a little bit. Maybe you want to do something like that. So there are 4 levels of membership available: Rebel, Warrior, Hero, and Slayer. All of these are available to you. We are also joined by our new AI. We have a Slayer Nation bringing innovation. We're joined by what we're calling SlayerBot. Hello, SlayerBot. What do you think of the merch store, SlayerBot? Is SlayerBot there? SlayerBot is bringing to the table artificial incompetence. He says, hello.
I think it's perfectly good incompetence so far.
Yeah, well, so far it's artificial incompetence. If you get
it's also very muted.
Well, SlayerBot doesn't have a voice mod here at Slayer Nation. We're still getting our budget together, so SlayerBot is kind of old school. Like back to the black and white screen, remember in the olden days of DOS? That's how SlayerBot works.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, we got 2 more super chats that came in. We got 2 more members that came in, including Donna, who became a YouTube member. My good friend. Hey, Donna Hergenwether, how are you? And
Thank you for joining us. We're going to starting a great adventure together. And Emilio became a channel member. I cannot wait till you see. Mike just went over some of the stuff that we're going to be having for our channel members, but eventually we're going to be doing shout outs. And again, you're going to get a lot of the blooper footage. I think you're going to enjoy it. Thank you, Emilio. So what do we have next, Mike?
We got a 3rd member, which is
Harry Anders has become a channel member for George the Giant Slayer. Thank you, Harry. Yeah, this is beautiful. This has been a bigger success than I ever thought. It really has gone well. Thank you, Mike, for putting it together. And SlayerBot for being in the background, keeping all the wheels greased. Thank you, Culture. Thank you, Andre. It's just a beautiful. And thank you to the chat.
Well, I want to ask Culture and Andre a question that's very it's specific to you, George. Okay, it's specific to you. So you got to be quiet and take whatever comes out of their mouths when I ask this question. All right. Culture and Andre, as 2 men who labor intensively in YouTube and have been here for a long time, what is your opinion of what George has done, and your opinion and your thoughts about what he's put together and his channel, his content, his growth, et cetera, et cetera? Culture, we'll go to you first. Go.
I think it's been extraordinary in the short period of time that George has actually been creating content. He's done something remarkable. I think Gary said it during the course of the first hour. This is something that first of all, we told him from the very beginning he would be excellent at this, and that he was underestimating what his success would be. And then at the same time, I couldn't have wished it on a better person. Everything that he's done, and as thoughtful as he is about it all, I think that speaks volumes about not just him and his character, but on his dedication to what he's doing. And if you've ever encountered George for any period of time, you know how invested he is in everything that he does. And having everything so well thought out and working with the right people, which would include you, Mike, and getting his merch store all together, getting his offerings all together, having everything buttoned up, despite the fact that it was a months-long delay before we got this live stream. I would say that, like I said, that speaks volumes, and I couldn't have been happier. I couldn't be happier for almost anyone. So the quality of your product from top to bottom, my friend, is outstanding, and I think today you learned that you have a pretty hefty following, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I appreciate that, Coach.
And Andre.
Yeah, and as for me, wow, I don't know what to say now, because I'd just be repeating what Culture was saying. So first of all, I'd say, yeah, I concur with everything that Culture said, and to rephrase it slightly, because that's really all I can do. What you have delivered in terms of content, presentation, and everything is thoroughly professional at every single level. You appear to be someone that skipped straight over the beginners and learning phase and went straight into the advanced phase. You're like an advanced content creator right off the go. That is the essence of both your content, how you conduct yourself in streams, how you are with other YouTubers, and of course that is why everyone is so happy to be here with you.
Thank you.
Because everyone sees that, yeah, this is something special. You are one of us. One of us.
One of us. Do you know, I mean, like I said, when I was telling it earlier, when I've shared it with you, my first time on Midnight's Edge or with Drinker, it's like, I have listened to y'all for so long. And when y'all had me on your streams, it was like, you know how many times, Andre, I have replayed the intro to Midnight's Edge? Or listen to your voice. It's like talking about a film. And I used to be like, man, I would love to get on there. But I wonder, I'm like, there's no way. I can't talk with those guys. And then here we are a few years later. No, yeah, I've learned from all of y'all. Y'all have been incredible mentors, incredible people, just by being yourselves. So thank you.
Well, that is the trick. One has to be oneself.
Yeah. That's it. To be authentic, as Robert Meyer Burnett's puts it, always, authenticity is the coin of the realm. That's where Hollywood misses out.
Yeah.
We just had another super chat come in.
The Theory for $5. Congrats, George. You lot are my dream stream. Oh, thank you so much for that. Love you all. Love you all. And I wish everyone here on the panel, everyone in the chat, I hope you have a blessed week.
Now we're pretty much ready to wind down the stream. Unfortunately, our buddy Sindak, who is your producer of all your videos, is not connected, and I want to make sure we give him a huge shout out, because, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. I might be running this live show. George may be directing this channel, but it is Sindak's editing over the last year and a half now. George, 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
2 years, Sindak has personally edited every single video that George has put out, and it is that level of quality and workmanship that I think has been a hallmark of your channel, merged with your scripts and your vision, of course, under your leadership and direction. But it is Sindak's technical execution of editing at what I believe to be some of the highest level I've ever seen on YouTube.
I can't praise him enough.
Shout out to Sindak, who's hopefully listening in chat despite maybe having some tech issues.
Shout out to Sindak. F's in the chat for Sindak. Let me tell you, everything.
Yeah, let's get some S's in the chat for Sindak. S.
We can do S. Yeah, if you love the captions, if you love the clips, the way they're all worked together, that's Syndic is the man. Oh wow, Toxic Man Flu is here. Tox, how you doing?
Wow, you must be good if Tox actually bought a channel membership.
He did. Hail Toxic Man Flu. He just became a channel member and he sent in $50. George is my kind of Greek. Yep. Straight down the line. All the way. Thank you. Thank you, Tox. I appreciate it. And I appreciate everyone here. I hope 2024 makes all your dreams come true. And we're going to be coming back week after week. We're going to have some shows where we'll like segment it out and talk about, Meghan and Harry. We'll focus on pop culture. We're going to focus on Hollywood. And we'll bring you all the latest news. 300 mirrors for $5. George, I'm glad for all your success. You're amazing. Andre, Culture, Mexican Iron Man. All the greats. They are, aren't they? They're just legends. John Kokoza. Hey, John, how you doing? Spoken in a while. For $10, George, based on your life history and your success in business, you are a person that should never doubt what you can accomplish in life and what you set your mind to. Congrats. Thank you, John. I got to give you a call.
Well said, John.
Well
John's a very gifted
photographer.
Yeah.
Brilliant eye.
Well, that pretty much winds it out. We're done for the show. George, any part? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. At the buzzer.
Wow. Toxic Man Flu has gifted 20 George the Giant Slayer memberships.
And the grid goes green again, ladies and gentlemen. It goes green again. And our newly anointed. Oh, we also got one for $2 from
the Rand Man. $2. Hail. All hail back to you. Thank you for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that in your if you're in the live chat, make sure you hit those top 3 dots up at the top right. Make sure that you are able to accept those gifted memberships. And our Mard crew is small but strong. And hold on. Toxic Man Flu for $2 says.
Wait, George can't be done. I know what you're doing, Tox, but I appreciate it. A little bit of karma, I used to do this to them. It's like right when they were trying to wind down the channel, I'd send in $1. And they'd be like, okay, we're getting ready to go. I'd send in another $1 or $2. Right. I just refuse to let them go. So I appreciate it. I can take it. And I thank you for it. I feel all the love.
Our mod crew is small but strong, but we also have a super chat from
Eric A. for $2. Much love, brother. Much love, my brother. Can't wait till we get together again at one of these gatherings.
Yep. And keep sending me those puppy pictures, dude.
Oh, it looks like SlayerBot is back. Oh. The Jinja Ninja for 500 yen. How are you doing? I love all your artwork. Every day when you post it, I used to wait. He would do these streams, which was the middle of the night here in the U.S., because he's over in Japan. Brilliant. Just watching the man paint. He's a master. And then sometimes he'd be out like in a forest somewhere. Hail, George, and the great panel. Congratulations for all your success. Wait a minute. What happened to it? It just disappeared. I was reading it. And hope to see you in Japan someday. That is my dream. I'm going to get there quickly. Toxic Man Flu. I'm almost home. Oh, where have I heard that line before for $2? Thank you, Tox. You're just going to keep doing it to me. It's all right. I deserve it. Educated Viking for $5. Hail, George. Keep slaying. I'm going to keep slaying. We are going to take the battle forward. And we're always going to remember that. You know what? You never bow down. You never bend the knee. Dragon Slayer commentaries for $5. Just want to say thanks, George, for inspiring and giving me the courage to start my YouTube channel. You guys are awesome. I cannot wait. You started it. You send the links over so we can share it with everyone. Thank you very much, Dragon Slayer commentary.
All right. And with that, George, any last parting words so that we can wish everyone a good night?
Like I said earlier, may 2024 bring all you wish. And remember, we never bow down. We never bend the knee. Always forward.
Anyone else want to say goodnight?
Well, that's usually like where you wrap up.
He gets the last word.
Oh, all right. Yeah, sorry. All right. I boomered it.
You boomered it.
I boomered it. Well, I've been back here for 4.5 hours. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Take care.
Magnificent.